Mm, mm, mm. Gosh. Oh, so many things. What's around these theme parks these days? What's around all these theme parks? Does it have to be? Doesn't have to be. It could be in anywhere. It could be anywhere. It could be in a blooming room somewhere. Ugh. Uh, see what's do? Um, right. Oh yeah, multi. What's that? Mm, mm, mm. 14. What is number 12? Number 12. No, maybe it's 14. Maybe it's that one. No. 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 What mode is it? 14. Maybe it's 13. No, it's not 13. Oh, which mode is it? Crying out loud. Where's it hiding? Fifth. No, it's not number one. It's not number nine. Seven. One. Should be our fault number 14. No, it's not it. Where's that fit mode? Um, multi mono. No. Maybe I deleted it. Go create again. Would it be on one of those child modes? Hmm. How do I get to that? Child mode. Hmm. is that? Layout. Layout number 4. Layout number 3. Main. It's not all of those. Nine. Oh, crikey, I don't know where. I can't do this if I don't know where it is. I could search on this. Where's the film? Come on. Where do I put it? Number 13. I'm going to have to create a what's it? I'm pretty sure I've already got one created. It's a child mode, but where the blazes is the child mode on there? Typing something there. Does that do anything? Um. Oh, yeah. I'm not bothered. I'm losing interest. It's a lot easier with the denim. Ugh. Oh. use that one, but create a child mode with it. Create a child, okay. Create a child, okay, so that side, yeah, left, one way, one right, one left, one right, left, okay, left on that one, and then right, and then left, and right, left, and right, left and right, right, left and right, left, right, left, right, right, okay, save, okay. Cool. One, multi stereo. Right. Just refresh it and go to the other. Right. Okay. Go back out the page. Go over to the other one. Right. Good. Okay. Turn those off. Turn those off. Turn that off. Turn that off. Turn those off. Let's put those on. HTML7. Oh, I haven't got the what's it ones turned on, have I? Turn those apps on. Third oct, is it third octave, custom, limit, 2020. How come that's not what's highlighting? What's going on there? Let's come out of that. Go in it again. What's going on? No output. Supporting PC. Looks okay there. I don't know what's going on there. It's not highlighting. It's not highlighting on the sound generator. That's strange. What's going on? Anything to do with this? Something going on with the REW. When was the last time it was okay? Oh, yeah, I see something on the computer end here. Got nothing on the microphone. Got nothing on the speaker output. So, that's why I wasn't showing. It wasn't showing anything on the REW. It wasn't highlighting. Let's see. Something's checked off. Shouldn't do that. Shouldn't do that. Oh, looks okay now. That's on. Okay, go back to REW. Go to sound generator. Yep, that's highlighted now. Okay. Go to noise. Okay, that's overhead. Okay. Go to reverse polarity. Here's the invert. Hang on, what's going on? It should not. It should do that. That's in. It's invert. Hang on, what's going on there? Seeing changing the level there. Should go down below. Oh, hang on. Have I got the matrix? No, I haven't got it. It's still in bypass mode. That's why it was sounding a bit weird, but interesting. Okay, it should work now. I've got the logic. Invert. Yep, and it goes down below. Trouble is, it's a little bit over there. The other one is, well, where is it? Well, the other one's right below me, underneath the other seat, and then the other one's over the other side of the room. But my ear is catching that side. Should be catching both. That kind of like, yeah. Unless, of course, I change the actual position of a speaker and face it in a different direction so that the direction, some part of the direction sound is going like, yeah, I could do that. I can do that. Yeah. Just face it in a different direction. Oh, that's different. Now it seems like the signal is, rather than a little bit there, seems like it's a little bit more there because I just changed the direction of the other speaker. So it's kind of like laying this way where it was facing upward. And it's just changed the tonality of the some of the frequency sound. Well, the frequency sound still stays the same. It's just changing the tonality. It seems a little bit more. Yeah, that's not too bad. Oh. I think the other two in the front, they're kind of facing, instead of going that way, they're going that way. But I can still perceive the sound when it's going across the floor. I think the ones at the back, behind the seat, they're just firing upward or facing upward. Doesn't really make much difference too much. Though I could experiment because the way the sound would be even on the floor and it's going across because it'll go underneath the seat because there's a gap underneath the cinema seat, so sound should pass going through whatever other objects are underneath the other cinema the other seat. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So that's got a different tone above. That needs to be adjusted with the equalizer until I could say, make it sort of sound like the other speakers, because that's a bit more direct and I can trade off. But then that means I've got to go through all the other speakers and get it to sound like, otherwise, it's kind of like that. You got to change the frequency until it sounds something similar. But that's totally different drivers to those. But either way, getting the sound of the pink to sound similar. Okay, add a second REW. Add a second REW. So I've got two sound generators. So I've got two sound generators there. And generate one that's positive, and then invert the other generator to reverse polarity. And then I get two signals, one above and then one below. Wow. That's what I call immersive. That's just two signals. That's just one above and then one and the other below surround floor array, because they're like 4 zones in this room. You can't hear it on me. Probably can. So if I were to turn pink noise off on the below surround, and on the sound that's being picked up by the microphone, though it might sound very faint, because I haven't got the right up. It's just coming from dog number 2 above me. If I turn it off and then turn the below surround, one of the matrix below surround on, and it's just sounding below me. Or it's sound generating and sounding below, because it's generated noise. It's not a recording, it's not a film mix or mute. It's generated. I could change the frequency on the REW if I want to. I can change it so it's customize it so it's playing it's generating 2020 on both generators. On both generators, it's generating 2020 on the frequency. I can change the frequency on the the low frequency there, so I can bring it up to maybe 800 hertz. Hit enter. It should. Maybe I've got to stop it. Turn it on again. No, it's not doing it. Should do it. Oh, hang on. Right, so do with that's it. I've got to turn the low cut filter on. That's it. If I turn the low cut filter on the other one, it'll still generate 20 to 20 frequency. So I'm getting a different. And if I turn the other one on, yeah, I can hear some part of the frequency range where that above is a little bit over modulating the frequency, because it's a little bit like that, and the other frequency is down here, and it's this is just going OTT over the top. So it's like A, reduce the level, B, adjust the frequency range on the EQ, just the EQ, and just set it back to set the other one back to 20, hit enter, and then I get this full range. Yeah, it's clever what I can do in this room. And it's disorientating when I turn one thing off and then the other thing's generating still. Now, gives a disorient. I can't say the word. Disorientating. Whoa, sound, because it's kind of generally sounding generating unnaturally. We don't, it'd be very rare to hear certain things like that in day to day sort of thing. Anyway, so like if things were all parallel speakers in floor, in ceiling, and they're all and you've got seating going around, or so you got to work it out where to place speakers and so forth. So if speakers were in floor, special grills on the floor so you don't damage the speakers and such. And then they got to be all customized. They got to all be the same speaker drivers. But that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get the same tone, because where they're located to where you are seated, or if it was the seats are out of the room, because you've got to design it and then you've got to put the seat, then the seats go in specific locations. Full well when you put those seats in to where the in-floor speakers would be, the way the sound spreads out, it's going to interact with the seating and vice versa. Even speakers on the ceiling, when they because you could do the measurements until you're blue in the bloody face. You do the measurements without the seats, then you put all the seating in, and the microphones are in the exact same positions, or you position the microphones so that they stay in the same positions, and then you put the seating in carefully, and then you do the frequency sweep again, and then you look at the overlays. You're going to be seeing, and then that's it. Because that's how sound works in the real world. It interacts with anything. An aeroplane that's flying overhead, depending on what type it is, what altitude, slow, a little prop plane that move very slowly, and the sound frequencies that are coming down from it, because there's not much for it, sound frequencies to really go upward, because eventually the air gets thin, gets cold, and it gets dense, and you don't hear much. Theoretically, that is. I haven't been really up that high to really be able to, but I've been in a hot air balloon that's only about 500 feet off the ground, and how everything down on the ground sounds. It gets very tiny, and then you just hear a sound of cool air on not a very hot day, but it's, gets a little, it'd be just the same as if you stand on the roof of a tall building. It's a little chilly up there. And there's there's not much real difference with the wind or such, but there can be, because when you're on the ground and how wind interacts and moves around circles and moves around, and you got buildings, objects all completely around you. But if you could, like, you got speakers like floor, ceiling, so like that, say that's ceiling, that's floor speakers. You can phantom sound so it can move up and down. You could do it in stereo, depending on the amount of arrays of speakers, and then you can create a sound image, but you wouldn't be able to say it's a an actual dimension shape of a, if you thought it sounded like an airplane, then so be it. But you'd be able to pan sound then up and down, or have it floating between with stupid Dolby Atmos and its stupid speaker layout. Can't even do that because there's no speakers down here to even start doing. It can do something like going from above and then over to the side, because there's the ceiling up, there's the speaker up there, and then if I move my thumb back down around here, that would be like the side, and so you can do a sound image that's phantoming this way, but that's kind of going diagonal in some way, but not bringing it around. So like you got a raise, and the stupid layout for Dolby Atmos is pitiful. That's not an overhead array. That is not an overhead speaker array. That's a tiny. It's like no more different to what it was at UCI Tower Park years ago. It's the same sort of it's the same configuration layout. No different. But what the sonic hole overhead sound looked like from the pictures, which was a complete array of cluster of speakers on the ceiling, a total cluster. But there's no actual pictures of that auditorium, so I'm kind of skeptical whether or not it ever existed, because it's like the moon landing conspiracy. Yeah. And what dubbing stage was it mixed on? Because surely they would have to have an array on their ceiling if they're mixing, so that what they hear there would be heard when it's played at this so-called whatever cinema it was. I have no idea where they premiered the movie. Otherwise, yeah, do an array. You have an array on the floor, an array literally going on the side, back walls, behind the screen. You've got to have a new, so you can phantom images and do all sorts of other things with it, because it's all a fabricated sound illusion at the end of the day. But how it is at present today, it's a bit outdated. Our Atmos as it is, it's just like, so what? We got something of our own discrete version to Aura 3D, and DDS have got their own discrete, but they're doing the same shit. Speakers on the ceiling, copycatting each other, and nothing original. No below discrete surround, nothing original. So basically, they're just missing out on the excitement of it, because, in theory, like I say, if you do that, and then you can phantom images up and down, so they sound like they're down at this level, theoretically, instead of a little bit above. Or if you haven't got a multi below surround array, the sound image is just going to sound above, but it does come downward when you think of it. But you can't really do too much with it. It's just basically like if something pans over this way and it's sounding like it's just a mono signal. There's not much really you can do with it. Unless, of course, the speakers are playing stereo, and then, yeah, I can create a matrix below surround. But it's got limitations, unlike discrete, where it can do a lot more, until a deep listener like myself realizes, it's got a little flaw in it. And it's like, well, I don't think much could be done with that. It is you know. I hate the word. It is what it is, but there's not much there, not much left there, or much left else with that you could do with it. It's not like real things where a fly or a bee is not going to. Well, I think they can. A bee can hover. I think, but usually they just meow because unless they're looking for pollen, unless I get a flower there and I can get it to hover stationary for a little while, and then it just move off. Otherwise, it'll come that near and maybe land on you, but you got to fear the possibility, it might sting you, but no, not unless you attack it. Well, it's, or it's like someone walks over to you, say like you're in an auditorium, and someone walks up to you and they lean over and they whisper very carefully. Only you can hear it in one side ear. You don't hear it in the other side because it's very directional. In the other person, they can see someone that's whispered. They don't know what they just heard because they can't hear it. That's something that Atmos, and even if I say, let's say, like, multi-stereo phantom sound, it would have limitations, but it would be a lot bloody better than the rubbish that is present at the present moment. Because Atmos is thumbs down. It is limited to what it can do. It's so limited. But if anyone knows mixing and how to do mixing, you can you can place reverse polarity signals within it. And then you just need a matrix decoder, doesn't matter which one, Prologic 2X. And then the signal will just get steered and then sound out the new speakers while you got other sounds moving around and you got other sounds moving below. And the other side speakers will be playing separate, or they can only carry, stereo side to side. I don't know about the pan through, because the way the pan through works it doesn't sound. It's very hard to say how it sounded in the cinema, even though I heard specific sounding coming out from one side of the auditorium, almost across to my right side. Star Trek Into Darkness, Deafness. Heard a sort of sound, but and I looked over and then I thought, wonder what that is. Because it didn't appear to be coming from anywhere else that I could hear. It was some sort of, I don't know what it was. I think it's still present, or even if I play it, something down the I don't really care. But that's what it can do. You place a specific sound down. But does it sound realistic? And so you got multiple arrays going along the side walls. So if one speaker there and the other speaker there, do they stereo? Are they stereoing? Or are they just mono? Otherwise, most of the time, I think there's no sound going down there, no atmospheric sound, and it just seems weird and distracting. It takes me out of this whole bullshit of storytelling. And I could step outside and listen to the real world, and it's like, whoa, yeah. But I think it is possible to mix. I think it's just down to sometimes lazy sound mixers and doing a piss poor job sometimes. Because usually the speaker on the sidewall there, number one, and then number two, number three, and 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever. Depends on how many are lined going along the. And that's their stereo sound be going side to side. And so, like, if you put a ProLogic 2X decoder on those, and if you did some extra plurality mixing with certain sound effects, music, whatever, dialogue pans or such, it should steer into the Logic 2X will see where the signal's going and then divert, because the speakers will be doing below surround now. All this here and up there, that's already been done. It's 14 years. It's like stale bread. I mean, really stale and moldy. I mean, it's probably just a bit of fluff. If you leave bread that long, blooming that, and it'd just be a bit of kind of, not even fluff. I would imagine a bit of dust. Yeah, that's what Atmos reminds me of. It's that stale and boring. It should have been where I think it should be. And I won't be making these ranting videos. Dolby Labs are thinking all the time. Yeah, right, sure they are. How come I've not seen any videos? Yeah, how come we've not seen any videos? All you do is you see a stupid video on their YouTube channel that's probably about 30-second long with some stupid annoying music in the background. Ugh. Yeah. I could do a little bit more sort of there's something else in the system. I could pan that sound. Let me try something again. Let me try something. So I'll generate, even though they're not sounding the same. Tone and all that. Let me just see what SBL I'm looking at and get a balance level. Be a little bit tricky. So I've got the microphone facing that way, and of course it's going to pick up some of the directional sound. Okay, turn it upside down. It's not changed much. I'll go to A weighting. Turn it upside down. Right, yeah. So when I turn it upside down, I'm seeing going from 0 to about -2. Okay. So turn that off. Turn the other ones on, the below surround. Turn it back now. It's a little bit difficult. Okay. put it to C and A. Yeah, there's quite a bit of difference in the frequency response on A and C weighting because of where the speakers are located. And it's how, because if I look at it on RTA, I'll probably see a dip. And then I'll see, when I switch to the overhead on the ceiling, I'll probably see a little rise in the high frequency. And then I would have to put a dip in that above until it's sort of similar to the dip from the other speakers. That's all. It's not rocket science. Level there. It's almost similar in the C weighting, but not totally. Okay, turn both on. Wow. Okay, we've reduced the dBV level. All right, bring the dB level up. Yeah. Bring the other one down. Keep going. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. That's interesting. Turn that level back up, so I'm just varying the level up and down on the side. Well, that sounds like I hear sound above, sound below me, like down here. But that's just a signal that's kind of floating. And in between, I'm trying to distinguish the energy. Because you just move an SPL level meter around. If it was in, turn that off. Turn those off. So if it was ideal, the room in science, and then if they're moving an SPL meter near to one speaker, and then over to they should be equal level, as well as moving the microphone and then to the overhead and then down to the floor below surround. The signal shouldn't really that wander around too much because they should be identical theoretically. Oh yeah, it sounds great in this THX cinema. Yeah. I'll turn the other speakers, turn the middle ones off on the and turn the ones on at the front and see what that sounds like. Just turn those off and turn that one on. Save it. Okay, go to the generators. Turn, where are they? Number 1 and number 2. I should get some pink noise out from. Yep. So I'm getting pink noise out of dog number 1 now. Turn that off. Turn the reverse polarity on. I should get signal coming out of the below surround. Yep, it's in front of me. Turn the other one on. It sounds like this is the floor, this is the ceiling, and it's like that, rather than just pink noise. In most typical, I'm going to just say it, in most typical dubbing stages to a cinema, to most people's home theatres, this home theatre THX, it can almost do it all. And it's like, well, sometimes when those overhead speakers are stereo, it's got a decent mix on it, and I can do something a little bit. The playback in this THX cinema is going to put most people's millionaire room within a room within a room, or Youth Man, or Shane Lee with his trim off. Sorry, it's just going to put you in the dust. But you could just follow what I'm doing. Maybe you're too scared to try it, Maybe you're too scared. But what I like to upgrade with is just getting the amplifiers in the rack to stereo, because the signal is only going to a multiple array, 4 zones in the room. So the front ones are just wired onto the amplifier, just a mono signal going to left and right. So it puts a phantom signal, basically. But to take it to stereo, I couldn't really use it with the Dolby SA10s in the kitchen. Those would have to be pulled out, and I'd have to replace everything with a Dolby Pro Logic 2X. So a Pro Logic 2X number 1, 2, 3, or 4. And they just ain't going to fit, because the AV receivers are just too damn large. I wouldn't have any room to fit in the rack. Unless, of course, I know someone, or I can find a way, and then find a way to get clever. I would need the schematic diagram. I would need to know exactly where the circuit boards or the circuitry for that Pro Logic, Dolby Digital, whatever it is. I need to rip it out, and I would need to design it and put it into a multi-hybrid design, so it can go into a frame, a rack frame size, and then it can do, well, it's just, at the end of the day, it's down to the mixing. If they say they're mixing hard and all this, and long hours and all this, but with some of the mixes that I hear, oh gosh, they're just diabolical. They're not salvageable. If there isn't a decent stereo thing going on up there, there's not much you can do. And most people are going to think, like, what the fuck am I talking about? And all this Atmos shit, right? You could take the regular speakers on the side walls, the back wall, and stick that on the bloody ceiling. There won't be much bloody difference. It's just how they're doing these mixes today. They're just like, I think most mixers today are just probably clueless. And they got no idea how to bloody. They might as well just stick with 5.1 mixing, because they've been doing that for decades. And then they get to something different, and it's like, well, what should we put up there? And you got the director, it's probably looking through the bloody manual on this bloody thing, how it works and what it can and what it cannot do. And then he figures, like, well, why not try this? And then the mixers will just probably turn around and probably go, huh? What? Well, I've just been reading the manual. for the past hour while you lot have been funneling around and wasting my bloody time with this bloody bullshit technology. And then until you get someone that's probably a little bit smarter than the rest of the mixers and says, I know exactly what he means. I mean, Gravity is okay. It could have been a lot better. I mean, I don't know how much signaling might be, say, like an anti-plurality sort of thing going on, but you know, I'm sick and tired anyway. I'm sick and tired of all this other bullshit around that Dolby Atmos. It could do this, do that. I think for music, it's just a load of rubbish. You send me something that's going to knock my socks off. So something that I'm already familiar with, something like Jerry Goldsmith's Star Trek: The Motion Picture, or John Williams. Show me that you can take the instruments, the track elements, and do something like a harmony effect or something really stylistic and artistic. None of this just typical bullshit like I had to listen with that bloody Pink Floyd, The Dark Moon thing. That was dreadful. And it only used a few speakers on the ceiling. Oh, I thought this Atmos is supposed to use a lot. And I thought that the processing or the key decoder or the stupid metadata, whatever that is supposed to recognize, oh, right, you got... And so, oh, yeah, it was mixed in like, yeah, but where did they do that mix? Did they do it on a full, big, large dubbing stage? Or did they do it in one of these dinky, bloody small rooms that's only using a few speakers on the bloody ceiling, for crying out loud? Honestly. Because seriously, you could put a speaker side by side, literally like my fingers, like that. And that's like a hotspot. The speakers going along the wall. Then you bring them together like that. So they're literally side by side, because when sound moves, if it's moving slowly, it's literally, or for example, you get an object and you roll it across the wall. You get someone to roll it. It is moving in every tiny little bloody spot of dimension. It's not jumping from there to there. And you think, why is it doing that? Why is it producing a phantom sound in between? But like say, how long is a piece of string? How long is a piece of string? It's like all the liquid in this bottle is completely uniform. It's not like it's divided up into little groups or zones or divisions or something, and it's got little air gaps in between. It's all complete fluid. It's completely uniform. And down the hatch it goes. I think Techno Dad's probably got little clue on how to do all that music mixing. I mean, he's okay, but I think he hasn't got much clue of anything else. If I mentioned Below Surrounded to him, it'd be like, huh, what? And yet he's doing it himself all the time. Every time he walks around or he's sitting in a seat, and if it's got caster wheels on it and he's moving around, he's hearing those caster wheels below and feeling the vibration going up through the bloody seat. I don't need to sit in one of those seats to know what it sounds like, because I've already have in the past, and I know exactly what they sound and feel like. Oh, I'm so fed up. Waiting. I should have been really thrilled and excited, but thrilled. But at the end of the day, it's not going to make me say, oh, I love that movie. I would never say that. I would say I like the movie, or I dislike it, or I utterly hate it. I would never say I would love a movie or love music. It's the wrong English to use. It's immaterial. It's a pack of electronics at the end of the day. And what this Atmos pack of electronics is doing is it's not exactly getting me excited now all the time now, is it? And there's a lot of other people that they get the idea and they think, oh, I'm not interested. Especially when you hear bullshit, random sounds sometimes mixed up on the overhead and they don't even match what you're looking at. The continuity is like, that doesn't make sense. It's like that random bullshit Top Gun Maverick right at the bloody opening. And it totally distracted me. Why am I hearing a sound of a PA voice, right, when I can clearly see the camera work, right, the flight deck, right? It's like they got a bloody pylon pole stuck in the middle of the runway, and you got a voice sound, clear plane, Bravo 256, and it comes literally on my dog number 2 channel because it's a mono signal. It's not going like stereo with an echo effect. Well, that wouldn't make sense. Not out on the bloody ocean. You know why? Because there's no mountains around. It wouldn't make an echo. It's complete open. You'd have to go somewhere inside the bloody aircraft carrier, and because it's not carpet. Clap your hand, you're going to hear some sort of reverberant echo effect. That film was a load of bloody tosh, fucking load of rubbish. Because it sounds like they got a fucking pylon pole stuck in the middle of the bloody runway. The fucking aeroplanes would be crashing into it. They wouldn't be able to launch an aeroplane on the catapult because there's a bloody thing stuck in the bloody. That's what I saw. I can clearly see it in the visual, and I hear a bloody sound, and it didn't make sense. It completely ruined and took me out of the movie. You go and listen to it. You go and watch it. Bloody load of rubbish. I would never put that movie on again. And the use of the overhead is absolutely pitiful. It's an overhyped piece of Tom Cruise starring in it, load of bloody, and produced load of bloody rubbish. Don't care about the sub bass on it. Load of rubbish. Because everything else has been ruined. Why it won an Academy Award, I really don't know. Again, the Oscars were fixed. Someone's been paying someone off, I know, damn. But it's a load of rubbish. It's not really that Oscar worthy. It's a load of trash. Anyway, yeah, well, that's their loss. I think if something like what I think should be done, I think very few dub stages, but the way it looks like it's going at the moment, I don't really give a damn. I don't really care because it looks like Hollywood might be on the brink and they might just collapse and frizzle out, and I won't miss it. I'll just be stuck with a load of dud 4K disc Blu-ray with Atmos on it, a load of most of them a load of rubbish, and only one of them is probably maybe decent enough to worthy to play it. So there's always reality at the end of the day, which will, anyway. Oh yeah, shall I put all the speakers on and then listen to how it sounds with the below surround? And what about the back ones? Yeah, because I've heard the ones in the front. I might change the positions, the sound, the speaker, even though they're going up, but I might face them that way. then some of the sound would go underneath the cinema seat instead of going up behind. I'll just have a little tinker. So you've got to use 2 REWs to do this. So you send one polarity signal and one negative or reverse polarity. And providing you got the right decoder, it sees the signal, knows where to steer it, knows where to put the signal to. I'm using the crappy standard camera on my new same laptop Chrome, because my other one, the flipping this screen thing here, you usually put it in a good position like there and move it there. I'm just holding it still. It just completely, the hinges are completely knackered. I could probably fix it. Yeah. Anyway, still works. It's just can't really manage the screen very easily, so it's very, very, very awkward. So turn those off. Turn these ones on. Save it. Yeah. Generate. It should come out. Dog number 3 behind me. Yep. Okay, turn that off. Turn the other one on. It should. Yep. I was just checking just to see if I got any loose wires on the rack. But how does it sound in this seat? I'll move over a little bit. It sounds like it's more over. It's like I'm getting a little bit more of this side, and like the other side is a bit further over. And basically, what's happening there? I'm not getting a phantom image because the way, or I might have other objects that's kind of diffusing the signal or reducing the signal slightly. But I can hear it. It's just a little bit kind of like that. So it's a little bit more on my left, a little bit less on my right. I'm going to change its position and aim them so they go that way instead of upward, because that's the seat back. So the sound would be going up and partly reflecting onto the seat, and then whatever else is behind. Yeah. But it's sounding. And I'm just going, it changes a little bit tonally as I move forward. Kind of like it probably gets picked up on the microphone. So if I get this close, and I can play the video back later. Probably had a kind of sort of sound in mono, because this is only webcamming and it's only in mono. That's okay. That's all I need to hear. If it's on a, all right. Let's just see what that sounds like. That's changed the tone slightly. It still sounds like it's a uniform sound that's kind of coming from below, but also going up. because sound is going to spread out from any speaker. It's going to go out, but the level as it now, because it was kind of like that, it's kind of like maybe like that. And the frequency response, that should be 2020. Sounds like it's, well, if that's the low frequency, that's the mid and high or such. It sounds like it's like that. It's got that sort of response. So it's got a bit of a, if I look at it on the RTA, it'll probably show where the highest peak is, because it'll still be picking up the highest peak. It's just very low down, and there's no real point trying to really EQ it on small speakers, because the tweeters are very small and they can only handle so much in SPL level. Otherwise, you damage the speaker, you burn out the voice coil, if careless, that is. I've got a few ideas. That's not too bad, but it's also giving it a slight, probably because the sound is firing underneath the seat, and there's the seat, and the under part of the seat, is it flipped up or is it downward? Oh no, it's flipped up. So if I flip it down, it would change the tone of the frequency. Only by a small degree. It's kind of like a door closing, opening and closing, and you hear a slight air pressure sort of change. Anyway, I'll turn the other one on. Turn the other generator on. That seems a bit more higher SPL loudness. If I reduce the output level, sounds like a little bit less level, but that's only reducing. It's not actually adjusting the amplifier. It's just adjusting the signal. So I've taken it down 6 dB, and the level sounds kind of like this. And if I subtract, turn off the other one, even though I turned the level down for the positive output, the signal is up. It's up, and it's just slightly behind me on the ceiling, on the dog number 3, because I've got the Pro Logic switched on. If I switch the Pro Logic signal off, I can still do this plurality sort of thing. It's just the way the wiring is wired on the decoder. Basically, what's happening, it's when the decoder is in bypass mode with a normal surround EX, it would do that sort of configuration. And then when you turn it into EX, or you turn on the Pro Logic, the speakers on the sidewalls and that, they'll just go like that, and the signal will only go out there. If it's a mono signal, sound will just go out to the back onto the mono array, because they're not stereo unless it's a Pro Logic 2X decoder. And providing you could do some sort of signaling in the generator, and then you can make it sound like it's moving behind, like that sort of thing. Or you got a stereo signal, whatever content, and then it moves, and then it pans, and so forth. That's just generally how the EX decoder works. The home version is not even anything like that. Can't do that configuration. Dolby Labs, they fucked up, and you got to get a proper EX decoder, because basically it's modified, because they obviously knew that, yeah, What if you got to play original Dolby stereo, be whether it matrix, 70 millimeter, digital. It's got or 5.1, or it's got to be backward compatible. Otherwise, yeah, you got to fundle around with wires, or you got to have other things in the rack, and you think, but when it's just a little modification, and all you got to do is just press a few buttons. Plus, like I say, it's got the extra channel or the matrix rear because it's a Pro Logic. The home version only does 3 channel. When you turn on the EX, I think it only does 3 channel. That's all it does. It's like all this crap Storm and Trinov. It hasn't got any extra decodering in those processors. What a waste. And a pain in the arse. Total pain in the arse. I'll turn that off there now. Turn it off. Turn that generator level back up to 2020 dB view. So, yeah. So, if I turn all the speakers on, all of them, save it. Just check. Yeah, that's all of them all turned on. And then turn the generators on. It sounds very like the Matrix. This is going to sound very weird. Where is it? Yeah, I've got that there. So that's just coming out the dog channels, dog 1, 2, and 3. I'll turn the other one on. Wow. It's everywhere. That's what you call. I'll turn it off. Turn it off. Bloody hell. Oh, it'd be even weirder if I purposely go to the amplifier itself and put a different time delay on one of these. Can only apply equal to the. Otherwise, I could put a time delay on the actual decodering. So when the signal is outputting to those decoders in the kitchen, I could put a slight time delay, and then it would shift and do something very strange with the signal, because it's just basically the signals should be overlaying each other, kind of like when you get your hand like that. It should be overlaying in and when you adjust the left total, right total, or the left right signal input, the signal can go like that, and then the signal all shifts over away from the center and goes over to the right channel or the left or whatever, and you've got to bring it in. Basically, when you set up a decodering like that, you turn off the center and you just adjust the two left or right until you got the signal like that. Basically, kind of, it sounds like it's cancelled out. The signal's not outputting boom like that. It sounds like it's gone like that and it's cancelled out. And then boom, turn the center on. And then when you got a stereo signal and then the polarity, the phasing, and all then it steers, it moves. That's it. And then when you got some anti-signal in the mix, anti-polarity, and then that signal goes to the other speaker, or the other channel to the other speaker, to wherever that speaker is located. or speakers located. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds really good, that does. Of course, how does it sound with the floor? Of course, I hear it a little bit up there, but mostly the percentage of it is down there on the floor, around the floor area. But problem there being still where the speakers are located, they're like that. It's like I need something in the middle. I need something in the middle, otherwise I'm hearing sound that's only where speakers are located, and there's nothing going on in the middle. It's complete, you know. Need to have raw signal or pink noise there going on in the middle being generated. And like I say, you got to have a lot of speakers, a lot, and then you can sort of sound get excited, and then you think, oh, well, you know what you can do with it until you realise it's got limitations. But it'd be a lot better than what is bloody going on at the moment. They've got all these labs. We've seen all these pictures. They got this hemisphere sort of thing with speakers going all around it and that. What the bloody hell are they testing? Why don't they just get cracking, get it bloody released, and so everyone can install it in the home or in a cinema, I don't care where, and then that's it. I don't need to see any more bloody pictures of in a lab. There are not many bloody videos of showing these things. Oh, you see a picture and you think, seems like a bloody moon conspiracy. Get cracking with it. Otherwise, frankly, they're trying to sell something at the end of the day that they want greedy money because they think it's luxury. It isn't luxury. Otherwise, real life, wouldn't that be luxury? Because that totally supersedes all these little inventions of a pack of electronics at the end of the day. It's like it's trying to make our boring lives entertaining. Be entertained. Got to have multiple, and it's like I say, it's like all in between. Seats can be a speaker. It's not impossible. So you get a sound image in between, and but it is very difficult then to match the tonal sound frequency to the other speakers. Otherwise, let me see. It'd be like someone that's got a small speaker, very small, and they can manage it by moving it around. And I'm going to be doing the listening, and you just move around. Don't do anything too stupid, otherwise it will annoy me. I'll get pissed off, angry. You just behave scientific, normal. Otherwise, you're going to have two ways out of this room: down the bloody stairs, kick down the stairs, or out through the fucking window. I don't want to be pissed around with, because this is science. I'm serious. You can go the bloody stairs or the bloody window. I don't want to be fucked around with. I'm kidding. Anyway, otherwise, it's not easy for me to do it myself. I could only move it around certain limitations, a little speaker, but I need someone to actually move it around and say, like, come in between this seat here, and how it's going to sound, where the sound is, you know, reflecting onto the edge of the seat and then comes through and then turns around and, and then above and then moving. All that I can do myself, but it's everywhere else because I need to be seated and I need to listen. And then you can sort of like figure out like, how to probably get around this sort of thing. Maybe I mean, those little JBLs, those little Go speakers, those little Go 3s or whatever, they're not bad, especially when you hold it in your hand, you can feel the frequency. Almost makes somebody with 20 sub-bass speakers shameless. It's like, wow, that's not bad. They didn't have things like that invented back in the early 20th century. Crikey, big blimmin' boxes, mono in a auditorium for the talkie. They didn't have magnetic field on speakers then. They would have had to generate a magnetic field through an electric signal. And the amplifiers were, not that brilliant to what they are now. The frequency response was very limited. But, everybody heard sound and voice and conversation and effects and music. You can still play that today. Mono movie coming from a single speaker behind the screen. So they're more different, only except the frequency response and signal to noise ratios as well. And it's not on a vinyl record or a 70 RPM. Because their recording techniques back then would be a little bit different until they got to magnetic sound recording, and then that improved because the frequency response with it improved and signal noise ratio improved a little bit, but not brilliant, but improved. And then you add magnetic soundtrack. You've gone from the optical soundtrack, which was the next game change, because it's moved away from trying to synchronize a 78 RPM record, and if they got scratched or worse, broken, and then you got to get a backup, or I don't know how it worked back then. They might have had backups just in case one got broken and they got a backup until they break that, and then they got to order another one because otherwise some part of the movie is going to be silent. And when you think of it, the irony of that is kind of like digital sound with CDS. If the digital track got failed or damaged, you got silent movie. You got no analog backup sound. Yeah. Same can happen with magnetic soundtrack on 70mm. If it's damaged, bam, you get no sound. You gotta wait until the damaged area goes by, or you push comes to shove, you cut out where the damage is and join it together. So but everyone that's seen the movie think, whoa, where's what happened to that? And then so someone tells you the technicalities that or you just let it play, and then you'd think, have they pressed the mute button or turned the Vader down? I've heard that a few times on 70mm. Happens in different areas, the whole soundtrack or just one part of the soundtrack, where it might lose high frequency sound and it's got no high frequency for the center channel, and it just sounds muffled. And all you got is the bass track on the center. You got the discrete and left, and maybe the ambience in the surrounds there somewhere with Batman or Star Trek 4, where the bird of prey goes underneath the Golden Gate Bridge, and then just before that happens, bam, sound goes out until it comes back on again or restored after it's gone past all the damage because the track can flake or whatever. Yeah. Hmm. I don't know why I've not put the extra channels on here. Even though this, Matrix backup 5, Matrix 5 screen, though sometimes I could use the Storm. You got the surround output signal on it, on here and here, but I'm not using them because I don't think it would. I'm not sure it would work very well. Or would have a slight. It should, because the signals are identical and still going into the processor, and as long as I got the levels balanced, so when I generate pink noise and I look at the levels here and here, I would see the LEDs, and I got to get the green LEDs. I've got to get them identically the same level. So when I turn the fader level up and down with a sine wave tone, because pink noise, they'll just flicker. And you've got to align it with a sine wave tone until the signals are identical, and then turning the fader up and down. And I've got to check both, do the same, and then the levels on the DCX, and then adjust the levels outputs here on this end until all those LEDs on the DCX are going up and down all at the same time. And then I know it's aligned, but it's a little bit more than that. The other one, that's just used for the middle surround. And I've only got like if I want something to go underneath the seating, then I can make it so. So that's why there are 4 zones in this room. But I don't use the extra output signal. I've got a cable. I've got a long cable for it, and I think there's maybe 1 or maybe 2 more channels left on the amplifiers in the rack that I could possibly use. I'm not sure where I'd want to place another speaker on the floor. That is. Hmm. Doesn't really matter what I've just said, because I've heard all these fucking Atmos, and some of the signals sometimes on it are just mono. They're not stereo. My goodness. Bloody hell, what a waste. I'm talking about up mixes, crappy Star Trek, I think it is. I think it's crappy Star Trek. On the end credits, I think it is, where the signal goes to on what I think it's the height number 1 signal, and it's playing music, but it's just mono. You thought it'd be stereo. Most people would think it would be when it's playing on the, but they wouldn't notice because they're listening to all the other speakers and they wouldn't even notice it until you turn everything else off and you realize, you listen to it, you think, why doesn't it sound like stereo? Of course, if you've got a proper setup, then you know the signal's going to go boom, straight there, not spread, mono. And you kind of like scratching your head thinking, but when it goes to one thing, you know it's instantly it's a mono signal. Unless, of course, it's stereo and it's panning and it's and this, all 3 speakers are running, moving. and the other ones as well, and the other ones, they're all moving. Otherwise, in a day and age like this, bloody hell, mono, come on. We're past that by many decades, aren't we? Ugh. Yeah, so I've got the air conditioner turned on. What if I turn the what's it on? It's almost masking the air conditioner sound. Turn those ones, turn the other ones on. That's a little bit of a more of a low frequency with a bit mid and high, but very soft. And turn them all on. I can't hear the air conditioner. It's not playing that, it's not generating that loud. About 77. That's only about 77 dB. I think the sound from the air conditioner, as long as I put the SPL meter to the side off axis and not direct pointing, so you're blowing air into the microphone. Off axis is roughly about 60 dB. Depends on how close it is and all that, and what levels you adjust things at, because that's constant. Doesn't have a volume on it where you can adjust it and turn the air conditioning sound up and down. With pink noise and that generated, I can turn it up and down. I can change the frequency response. But yeah. I think I can do a little bit more with that. I've got an idea that just popped up, kind of a bit like my idea many years ago, what I called crossover surround. Maybe crossover floor surround. That'll only work unless the mixers and on those dubbing stages are very clever and smart. Otherwise, it just wouldn't work. Otherwise, theoretically, it can work. Theoretically. There's no point me trying unless, there's something decent out there that's going to make it. And I can get sounds to move across. But then, why would I want to do that? I would just use a ProLogic 2X. Want to come in? Come Bear. Come in. Oh, hey Bear. Oh. No. Whoops, careful. Go up there on there, okay. Up on that little, what's it? Back to normal. Yeah. So, bragging rights. Yeah, bragging rights. This is the only home cinema, I think, on the planet with a below matrix surround. Up and running. I'm just waiting for the discrete version to come along on the Atmos Mark II version. You know what? You know what? I think that Storm, those Trinobs, even the CP, they're going to be looking at they're going to be looking there somewhere and thinking, crikey, those things are going to be obsolete. They're going to be discontinued, but we can't allow that to happen. We got to find a way around it. So something new can be put in without drastically, changing the bloody, there's got to be a way. So I think it's done with the, I don't know what this metadata signal shit is. I don't know what that means. If it's something to do with connecting a lead, so then you can send a signal and then it sees the signal, and then you've got all these multi-array. It can't be just a few. It won't work. It's got to be a multi-array. Because if you're walking around a room, your footstep is going literally in every tiny individual three-dimensional bloody you can't have speaker over here and here. It ain't gonna work. You just get a phantom bloody signal and you get a hole in the bucket sound effect. Not a sound effect, like a hole in the bucket effect. It's like, bloody hell, all the water's pouring out the hole. For God's crying out, let's stuff it up. We're losing all the water. It's going out the bucket. You just end up with something like that. That's why some people don't have proper surround array configurations in their home theatres. And I've seen a lot of them. And it's like, bloody hell. They're going to have a hole in the bucket sound issue, surround effect with their room. And I think, oh dear. Most people, think, oh, put a middle central back surround, because most people have only got two speakers on the back wall, and you put a third one in. But originally, the configuration for the speakers on the back wall, and you're probably getting confused now, thinking, oh, is it 7 point? No, it's nothing. Same sort of thing, surround configuration, and the back wall would consist of at least 6 speakers back in its day, sort of thing. But sometimes and when it got to, I think 7.1, there's no difference there with the back wall. They just put a little bit more speakers on the back wall, so it'd probably go from 6 to 8, or maybe 10. Just put a little bit more cluster of speakers along, and it's just doing the same stereo. It just only means the seating areas just don't get that hole in the bucket effect sort of sound. So it's a little covered uniformly, artificially, mind you. And they just add a few more down the bloody sidewall. That's all it is. And they are just doing the same signal. It's just doing the same sort of signal moving. It's just doing the same signal. Otherwise, it's Phantom Menace. It's just doing sound going. Trying to get my phone. Yeah. Because they wouldn't be like that. It'd be like that. When it's left half, right half, it'd be like that. And then when it's EX, it'd be joined together. So those back speakers are doing that all at the same time. Yeah. That's something for you to learn if you're watching Spare Change. Oh. Oh. I wonder what the deal is. The deal. I wonder what the deal is. If you look at the configuration sort of thing, layout, or whatever it is on a Trinnov, and you look through all the menu on the manual, or you might see it on a video on YouTube, and then you got Atmos, and then you got 71923 and all these different other configurations. And you look at the Atmos layout, and the speaker layout is completely different. But I think you need to get the extender. So you got to go from 32 channels to 48 channels, etc. And that's not a big deal. I could put more than 48 speakers in this room. I could put about 60 speakers, if not 200 speakers. It only means I've got to downscale the size of some of the speakers because, when they're certain size, they soon take up. And you got to downscale it to a small speaker, and then you got arrays of small speakers. Basically, if I had something like that, I would just put all the speakers all clustered together, so the sound would just literally go. Because if you were to listen to it or monitor it some other way, basically there's signals. Well, you look at them, say like on a LED or VU meters. They're all pretty much side to side and, moving around up and down. They're not like spread out like that so you can see them a little clearer and then moving up and down. They're kind of like that when you think of it. Unlike sort of like on the STDS, there's a little gap in between on the STDS. It's only a little margin of a gap, so you can just, see how the meters look. Yeah. My best recommendation or upgrade is get a pet cat. Don't need this Atmos. Get Catmos instead. Catmos is a lot better because the cat moss can move around in real free dimension along the floor. You hear it licking. You can hear it licking sound down below, and then it jumps up on there, and then it gets on the seat, and it moves around, until it figures out how to invent something, so it's got its own little mini drone sort of thing where it can fly around the room. That's it. You can get those little drones. I've seen some videos doing it in a room, and I can instantly tell it's a drone that someone's piloting a drone inside a room because I can see how the camera work is moving around. And I think, you need a good bit of skill to do that. Otherwise, you'd be crashing it into something and then you break it. Yeah, that's a good bit of skill, that. Otherwise, it could be done with an ordinary a camera and a stick. And you just put it in a certain way and you just move it and then moving the stick back this way, so it's like going down and up and round and all, but I could tell it was a drone because it did a few other things where you just wouldn't be able to do it very easy. Yeah, it's clever. So yeah, you can, and when you hear those drones going, that's the one thing that's filtered out in the video, so you don't hear the drone because they do the videoing and then they do some overdubbing. So you don't hear this drone sound flying around. And I think I've also seen it in a cinema auditorium as well, where someone's used a drone in a cinema and flew it around just to show you the view of the auditorium inside a cinema. Of course, you've got to do overdubbing, otherwise you're going to hear this buzzing sound flying around in the bloody video. Well, unless, of course, you got the raw video with the sound. Yeah, you can do all that shit. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah. Stereo phantom imaging. Yeah. And you can get sound bloody objects somewhere in between or such, but it would only have a certain strength of energy due to the physics of sound. And you don't want it playing blaring bloody loud, because really it's just complete bloody off-putting, you know. Mm. I'm just doing some thinking. Just doing some thinking. So, this system here is way ahead of what Shane Lee's got with his Trinov setup. Crikey, he's got an altitude 32, and he's hardly using. He's wasting most of that for that stupid base wave forming, and most of those directional output channels are just using for blood flipping. Oh dear, really. That's like having a standard CB radio that's got 40 channel and it's completely knackered, and it's only it can only pick up 32 channels, or maybe 26 channels, and all the rest are completely knackered and not even working. That's what it's like. Well, because it's offering all this Atmos bullshit with so many directional chat. But when you listen to some of it sometimes, and you think, why aren't those channels active? There's nothing happening. You can see what's going on the screen, and you think there should be sound mixing and artisticness coming out of those blooming speakers. And you think, what the fuck am I buying this Atmos shit for? Because I don't know, someone today might buy a CB radio and they turn the damn thing on. Depending on where you are in the world, if you're here in the UK, you got to be in a certain location where it might be a little bit active than it is in other locations or other regions. It's not very active down here in this southern part. If you go over to USA, it's still pretty much active on the AM. But it's like having a bloody Trinov 32, and only a few of the channels on the Atmos are only active. And then you go to the other channels, and though it doesn't produce noise like it does on the CB radio, it's complete silent down to minus 100, minus 130, whatever it is. And there's just nothing there. It's boring, You wonder why the fuck you paid for that crappy movie, for the crappy Atmos. Oh my God. I thought there was a standard with it. It's a new thing, but there isn't. They're not following it, a standard. It's bloody misleading most of the time. Bloody misleading. The irony is, I wouldn't really get it. I'll just forget about it. You got to know what you're buying into. Hold on a second. I'll be there in a second. Did Melanie sneak in here? Oh, she did. Hold on. She can't really come in the room yet. Come on, girl. Look at her. Meow. She can't come in the room yet. It's okay. I mean, she can, but I'll just be a little cautious yet because she might do some scratching on the sub bass speakers. She might decide to wreck them. Yes, so it is possible, in theoretically, to so if you take the LFE signal, you can send it to the left and right speaker in 5.1, and then when you use the 5-screen matrix on the SDU, theoretically, the signal of the LFE should go to the left center, right center. But it might have crosstalk.
Yeah.
But it would still get diverted. It would do something similar to Star Wars Baby Boom. But not fully, not totally fully, because it is going like Matrix. Unless of course you so you might want to try that. I haven't tried it yet. I haven't tried it yet myself.
Maybe because my speakers are not full range.
Yeah, they'll not do very good. Yeah, they'll break. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I might try it. I might try it momentarily and just see what the sound crosstalk is like, because I know it would generate a little crosstalk. Um, I'm just waiting for the moment to do it. I'm just feeling a little bit unstable with my. It's hard to say. I don't know if it's my heart or if it's the medication or it's the medication and my heart. It's just, or if it's my diabetes. Oh, what's the bear doing? He's always going behind the OLED. Oh, for crying out. Come on, bear. Come on, out. He's trying to find. He's trying to find a way because I'm talking. And aren't you, bear? Do you want to go out of the room and play with Melanie? They've been playing very destructive this morning, knocking things over. And I've got to put things back into order. But amazing, 7 day now, 7 days, 1 week, and he's back to normal. You know, I got friends that say no, you don't need another cat. Yeah, they don't know. They don't know. They're just jealous. That's all. They can do what they want with their, life. I mean, if someone said to if it was vice versa, and they said they want to get a dog, and then they say they want to get another dog, I'm not going to say you don't need another dog. That's up to them if they want to get another dog. It's up to me if I want to get another cat. Because I think because how I've seen the behavior of cat. When I had Sooty, he was very active. He wasn't depressed. I get another cat he interacts with. It take a little. I think it took about a month until the Sooty and Magic got used to each other. Um, when it was Bear and Magic, well, that took a little bit longer. Come on, Bear. Wow. It just took a little bit longer. But and when I see that both cats were all male, but now I got Melanie, she's female.
Yeah.
There's been a bit of play fighting. There's been a bit of play fighting. I got to monitor sometimes and see how it's going, because Bear is a larger cat. He could do a bit of damage if he could. He could do a bit of damage. So, but I just see how it's been going. Bear chases Melanie, and then sometimes Melanie is chasing Bear.
Yeah, it's up and down because
Yeah.
exactly the same with Mew.
Oh, Mew.
Sometimes you can hear she gets her ass kicked by.
Oh, she's getting her ass kicked around. Oh dear.
Yeah, and sometimes it's her own fault. She's provocative. So it's up and down.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad.
As long as it's not wild, what you want to call it, then maybe no problem.
Yeah, no blood, no. I don't want to see any blood going around and all that. No, because then the claws and biting and it got a little bit out of hand. Yeah.
Well, my faith in humanity is completely lost. You call Saturday.
Yeah.
Pick up the phone because we were on the way to cinema.
Oh, don't tell me you've gone and seen Mission Impossible.
Yes, of course.
Oh no!
Because I wanted to watch a movie with Tom Cruise because there might be a small chance it wasn't woke.
It wasn't woke.
But I haven't seen. There was a black guy in the scene, but no Asians, no Arabs, no Mexicans, only blacks and stupid fucking bitches playing tough. Look like concrete lesbians. There was a scene in the submarine where the commander, he was a black, he sounded like a faggot.
Oh dear.
And then they've added some tough guys, some of the divers, they were tough. And then there was a female. They've copied Vasquez from Aliens.
Ah.
Jesus Christ, what a bunch of shit.
Well, so far it's getting it's unacceptable. The gross on it so far is getting close to probably just about 150 million, I think.
Yeah. Jesus. And basically the movie itself was okay, but it wasn't perfect.
Come on in there.
I don't want to buy a DVD or anything like that.
Well, I don't want to see it and I don't want to buy it. That's why I'm here at home.
But the funny fact is, that cinema we went to, that's where I 40 years ago watched Aliens. In that cinema.
How full was it?
Well, that's another story.
How large was it? How large was it?
It's only 200 seats cinema.
Was it entirely full or was it partly empty?
There were maybe 25 people.
Oh, right.
Saturday evening. I mean, cinemas are dead.
What?
Well, on a Saturday evening, on the premiere day, you can only get 25 people to go see a big movie like that.
Oh.
I mean, Hollywood has destroyed the joy of going to watch. Jesus Christ. The sound was okay. It wasn't perfect.
Oh, did it have any dialogue? Did any dialogue pannings?
No, not really.
What
There
about?
was a good panning on the surround channels.
Oh, was it? Oh, was it in 5.1 or 7.1?
I don't know. They had the rare speakers, but I don't know if it was. You couldn't really tell.
Oh.
But that was okay.
Oops. Sorry, my computer screen went off. And I just pressed the space bar and I didn't know it was hovering over the. I'm just doing pink noise testing with below surround and above. It sounds really immersive. Oh yeah. It's too bad they can't do these overheads in stereo mixing all the time with extra signal in mixed in it, and then the decoder would see the signal and have an extra signal. It'll only be mono going on the unless I change the decoders or such. So you can have stereo or such going, whatever. I'll just have a fundle. So I like big breasts to fundle. I'm just going to fundle around with the Storm. I'm going to divert. Because I had to create a multi-stereo mode earlier because I didn't know where the bloody hell it was on the processor, and I had to create another mode thing on this thing. So I've got to come out of these theatre modes. Oh, hang on, cracky! These things are so tricky. where's the ordinary? What's it? Is it number 9? I've got to give that a label, a name, so I can change the name on it, so I know it's not preset number 9, and it's got a name on it or such. Oh, crikey. Is it usually number 7 I use? And refresh the page. No, it's not that one. Where is it? Where is it? I think it's number 9. Refresh it. 12. What's going on? Why is this thing here not changing? I haven't fucked this up, have I? So what I created was called a child mode. You got theatre mode and you got child mode. I'm just getting a little muddled up here with this. I hope I haven't screwed it up, and then shouldn't really. Layout. That's saying 15.16. Where's all the other ones? Oh yeah, number. Click on that. Scroll through. No, that's far too many. That's not right. Something's a little bit screwed up here. All these other fit, nothing should change. I've made no alteration to any of these others except create a. One, set 9, set. I think it's number 7 I often use. Ah, there it is. And check the view on it. What's it? It's going 1, 2. Hang on, how many speakers? No, it's the other one. It's the other one I want to use. It might be number 9. Reset it. 5.300. Yeah, that's it. So I want to use that one. Okay, I'll use that one now. So I've got to go into the edit page. I've got to turn the LFE off. I think I've got to turn that. I think that would auto. And I've got to turn these other speakers back to large here. Turn those back to large. Save the page. If I turn the LFE off, it should divert the signal to the left and right signal. Just got to be certain. So you've got the status output. And usually when you turn those off, that wouldn't mean it's going to divert the signal to the left and right signal. I think you've got to turn it off. Is it on the I don't think it is the filter I've got to turn off. Hang on, I think I figured it out. I hardly use this page. It's I know where I'm going wrong. So if I go to add LFE, that's turned to none. I'll put that to 0, and then that one there to 0. It's a lot easier on an AV receiver because it just when you turn the LFE signal off, it just goes diverted automatically over to the left and right speakers. on this Storm, it's or a Trinov or whatever. It can be configured a little bit differently. If I wanted LFE signal to go on to the left channel, it would just go to the left channel. You can't do that on other AV receivers. When you turn the LFE off, it automatically goes to the left and right.
Yeah.
Unless you've got a clever AV receiver that can allow to, do and say, divert it to the center channel.
Because it's designed by idiots who don't have any creative ideas.
No, if I want to, I can send the LFE to the center channel.
But you can't do that on the regular.
No, you can't. You can't do it on a regular AV receiver. But you got to have a full range, big cinema speaker to handle the bandwidth.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you play it on an ordinary someone's home little center channel, it would get wrecked. It wouldn't be able to handle the bandwidth. Okay, so I'll save that. What should I play? I've got to think of a movie soundtrack or something that I'm pretty familiar with. Let me see. Let me try. Let me just have a look at the phones because I'm using the phone. I'm not using the laptop because my I could go to my other laptop, but it doesn't work. This is my new one here. The other one, like it, the screen, it just flops. It can't stay up in a position. I can move that any position and it will stay there. But the other one, the hinges are broken. Yeah, it's very awkward to use it or even type on it and look at the screen. It's very awkward. All these things are made of fucking plastic, for crying out. It's no wonder they break. I could switch over. I'm not sure if it'll get the signal will get. I'm not sure if the signal will get I'm not sure if it would override because I'm webcamming over on YouTube. I'm just ranting like I need to breathe air. I'm just ranting like I need to breathe. I think I'll just keep it on the phone for the moment. I'll just keep it on the phone. So where's that? What's it? Where's that? What's it? See if this works. It's only a theory, but it should work theoretically. So I've got the signal diverted over to there, right? I got it on optical on the inputs. Put that to optical number 2. Put that one to number 2. Go to let me just check the surrounds because I don't want the surround channel active. So I only want to focus on the screen. Turn those off. Off. Okay, save it. Go over to Panasonic. It should be playing the main menu, and then activate the bloody movie. That's that. It's not that remote. It's this one. There we go. So I'm just going to see what something sounds like. See if it's doing what I think it would do. Takes a while. This is only a test. It's only a test. It's interesting. They play Dolby EX when you play the Star Wars Episode number 3 on the DVD, the Dolby Digital, and it has comes up with EX on the what's it? Anyway, I'll go to a chapter. Where they use the Force and the lightsabers. It's that chapter. There we go. All right, let's see. Let's get something going through. Oh, of course, I've got to turn on the Behringer's because this system is complicated. I'll turn on the other channels. Oh no, I'm getting a raw signal. Hang on, I'm getting a raw signal that's going from the LFE going over to the. No, hang on. I've got to go back through the menu again. Dude, yeah, something's going because I sent the signal. It's going raw. I need to hang on. Oh, this is going to be tricky. So it's going to be a little bit tricky. I think put the fucking phone down so I don't not bloody. It's tricky to figure this out. Yeah, because the signal's going to go. Let's see. See. Maybe come out of this theatre mode and go over to the other theatre mode that's got the 5 screen on the what's it? Yeah. I'll set that back to none. I'll come out of that. Save it. Where's the other theatre mode? Where's the one with the maybe preset number 7? Just mute that. That sound just blaring out the bloody what's it? Number 12, what's that? Yeah, I think I could get away with using that. See if I can make it work on this one. Okay, it should be. Channels. Oh yeah, that's just the OFE there. So we're going to turn that off. Turn that back on. That on. That on. Save it. Blah 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 blah.
There's no danger. The fighting's over. This is personal.
As you wish.
Let's just check the levels on the DCX. Okay, keep the other channels turned off, muted on the DCX. Keep the left center, right center on. Hang on, what am I listening to there? Turn that off on the SDU. Turn the center on. Turn it muted. This is very distracting. This is, I thought it'd be probably if I was going through another processor or something like I say, maybe like a Denon. If I was going through the Denon, it would probably be very straightforward and simple. Because it will work. Because all I'm doing is taking the signal and all that we know how the the SDU works, the 5-screen matrix. It would just take the two identical signals and it would just fold them and go. It would put them on the left center, right center, along with all the other directional sound, the sound of the music moving. It will still do that, only it's carrying an extra signal. It'll be carrying kind of similar to you could say the how the 70mm thing works, because it's just two mono signals. But it's doing it in the decoder, in the CP200, it would be doing it discrete. But even if you listen carefully with a 70mm print, I would imagine you would hear a little crosstalk. But you've got to be listening, because the crossover on the way the crossovering works on the card, because it's like a crossover filter. But anyway, that's not important. Unless of course you want to duplicate something like that, right? By putting two signals on top of each other. And then you send it into the Dolby CP200 inputs, the 70mm inputs. And then when you switch to those format 42, format 43, it should be looking at the signal and thinking, oh, this signal should go here and this signal should go there. But we get to a digital world today and it's a little bit different. Because back then they were trying to figure out how to do it. They only had 6 magnetic tracks to play with. Unless, of course, it's Cinerama 7 channel or was it 8 channel? Which
I
one?
think it was 7. It was 7, 5, and 2 channels.
Which movie?
I don't know. How the West was won, probably.
How the West was one. Okay.
I think so. I don't know.
Oh, all right, all right. I thought you mentioned something last month, and I can't remember that name of the film.
Pictures I uploaded.
Oh, uploaded. You uploaded pictures.
The movie title it was called.
Mm.
The Colors of Roses. Was that one?
I don't know. Sounds like an old movie that I'm not interested in.
It was just because they've now it was also born in Italian. What do you call it? Like Spartacus movie or something. But it was filmed in super total scope. Never heard that before.
Generally, is it the same aspect ratio and scope ratio to just about?
I think so.
It's just everybody wants to get on the bandwagon, and they want to
course,
come up with their own version. Otherwise, it's CinemaScope, Technoscope, dirty pornographic scope, big tits on the scope screen. Yeah, it's all the same. It's all the bloody same. Because it's an anamorphic lens at the end of the day, and it just stretches the image.
Yeah.
Or they got their own. Yeah, it's just like all the surround rubbish formats that are around now, and everyone's got their own philosophy on it. And it's like the one with the Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Super Scope. Was it called Super? Yeah, Super. But it wasn't filmed with anamorphic lenses.
No.
They didn't use anamorphic. They basically, it's like Super 35mm. Only a different slight version of it. Where Super 35mm is still anamorphically stretched. They with lenses that are flat lenses, no anamorphic lenses, and then they optically process it and stretch it, and then it go. But when you look at little telltale signs when the camera is looking at a light and it comes into the camera, it's like a circle. But when it goes through a proper anamorphic lens, it's an oval shape, like an egg. That's some of the two telltale signs that you can tell with what lenses they used. I don't know if I'm getting anywhere with this. I really don't know. I can do it the other way, and it's very easy. It's just this way is I'm just trying to get the LFE signal onto the left and right channel. I think I just add the sub. So I've got large speaker there, and then I'll add. Does it do it with that? Try large with a sub. And then try that one large with a sub. Save it. It's very tricky. Very tricky. What are you doing there? See if I can hear the force rumble or the. Not sure if I'm hearing it there. Let me switch that off. Switch that off and try again. That's a large. That's a large. There's a bit more force rumble there that should be adding. No, should be a little bit. I don't know if I can make it doable on this storm processor. It would work if it was fucking going through the Denon.
Yeah, but that's a bit strange, yeah.
No, it's just the way I've got to configure it, Mikhail. I just got to suss out. I just got to suss out which, because there's so many controls on this processor. I just got to suss out which one, because I don't usually do this sort of thing. I don't usually divert LFE signal to the left and right channel. It's other idiots that want to do that in their home theater, thinking that their big speakers are going to do, but you're going to run into problems. Anyway, I just got to figure it out. I just got to figure out how to switch it and divert it. Maybe it was those things there I didn't have turned on. Yeah, turn those on. Bass. It's called the bass zone number 1.
But what happens when you say you don't have a subwoofer? Does the signal, isn't it directed to the front speakers?
Pardon? Say that again.
If you say to the processor you don't have a subwoofer.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, that would mean I've got to go to the and create another theatre mode and say that I've got no subwoofer. I've got to create another theatre mode, and I've got to say, and then I'll just ignore and say, no, I don't have a subwoofer. And it will just, the signal will go to the left and right. But I should be able to do it the way I'm doing it here. I should, because I can send the signal, which I've done before, but the last time I did it was probably last year when I was messing around with the movie Roller Coaster.
Yeah.
And I was sending the LFE signal to all the sub bass speakers and all the 5 speakers behind the screen, and it created a very scary sensor round effect or bass. It was very scary. It was well over 100. It was almost getting over 120. Did it get near to 120? I think it got pretty near to 120 dB, and it was too scary. It was okay for a little moment, but it was not my cup of tea, because it just sounded bloody unnatural. Because I don't think, you're on a roller coaster and all that, when how I see it in the movie and all that, and I think, nah, it would be a different rumble coming toward you. This is near the end of the bloody movie or whatever. Where the roller coaster hits the guy and knocks him flying. And no, I know how sound works in physics and shit, and it just seemed so bloody exaggerating and bullshitting, and it wasn't my cup of tea. I'm basically, at the moment, I'm just not in the mood for it. You might be. You're not feeling depressed like I am. Even though I've got another cat, that should make me feel a bit happy. But no, I'm in the last week or so with that Tom Cruise or that bloody it's vexing me. I'm getting terribly depressed. I just want the film industry and the cinema to
Yeah,
collapse.
well, I've just watched the Mission Impossible, so I'm depressed too.
I can.
I was actually thinking at the moment maybe I would just have 6 channels around, 5 screen speakers and mono FX channel. Because basically 75% of the movies I want to watch, they have only mono surround.
Ah, right. Yeah, yeah.
So basically, I couldn't live with that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I feel sometimes. I just like to go play Dolby Stereo Matrix again. When it's up and running in the room, it almost puts Dolby Atmos to shame.
Yeah. Well, if you have I was thinking, if you have a mixer, can't you let the mixer mix the LFE channels to all your speakers?
I can do that.
Something like that.
I can send LFE it's not a big deal. LFE signal is not really a big deal. It is this. It's only limited from 5 hertz. It doesn't stop at 5. It can go down to 1 hertz.
Yeah.
It's limited to the lowest infrasonic frequency up to about, well, they say 120. But I have noticed it can go a little bit up to 150.
Yeah.
But the signal gets very weak as it gets up to 150. It doesn't go any further. I've had the Storm processor can only go to about 200 hertz. Link Riley, 12 dB roll off. Theoretically, it can go a little higher. It can go a little higher if there was a signal there. It would probably go up to maybe 300 hertz. But there isn't anything that I've seen as far that would go that high. The Denon, I think you can set the subwoofer output to 250 hertz. The Dolby CP500, its output on the sub can go up to 250. I'm not sure what the CP200 is. I think it's got a limit. It might be 200, might be 200, maybe 250, I think. Unless the manual, unless you can get the whole manual and it shows that frequency range on the sub is from this range here, from the lowest to the highest. What are you doing there? What are you doing there?
I have to stand up.
Oh, okay. You got to stand up.
Because the nerve that goes to the bottom of your back.
Yeah, I know.
As it gets pinched, you get pain in one of your legs all the way down to your feet. So I can't sit down all the time.
Yeah, I
So
can't.
I have to stand up.
Yeah, it's like when I stand up, I get dizzy.
Oh, okay,
yeah. Yeah, because I've been sat down awkward. I don't like being in this room right now. I don't like doing this right now. I feel much better, comfortable, laying on the bed, relaxed. Because when I start, it depends. I think it's the medication. It's the effect. I just don't like feeling dizzy when I stand up. Never used to have that problem. Fucking, I can't stand my health. My mind is okay, but the rest of my body function is not okay. Just like you got the problem where you got to, is it I forgot what they call it, sciatica or something.
In Danish, it's called ischias nerve.
Iska nerve.
Yeah, something like that.
Iska nerve.
It's a very common problem.
Ah, maybe it's something similar to what my dad had. He said he always had an issue or a discomfort with his leg. It felt very painful and discomforting.
And it is, how to say, it's not all the time, but
Yes.
sometimes it comes. And this period has been a bit bad. So I was a bit skeptical to have to sit for 2.5 hours watching Tom Cruise.
Do you try and stand on one leg and kind of stretch?
Yeah, I know I have to do stretch exercises.
What about when you're laying down on the bed and stretching your feet and your legs?
It doesn't help.
It doesn't help.
No. It's very, very complicated. But thank God for the cinema seats. They were good, so I could sit down through the whole movie.
How much leg room does the seat have?
It didn't have so much, but it was okay.
Oh, it was okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay to know.
Yeah.
I mean, the ones downtown, they're okay. There's an ample spacing. But it's where those seats are located. Are they in a good position with the base knoll?
No. Because the bass didn't go very deep in that cinema.
It didn't go very
there
deep.
Was some rumble,
oh.
But I think it started to fall off at 40 minutes, 30 minutes. It wasn't really not like the cinema where I watched Alien Romans.
Oh, right, different auditorium. Is it the same cinema but different order?
No, not the same cinema.
Okay.
This was a smaller town we went to.
Okay, you'd have to show me pictures, and you have to do video when you go there, and do video and make sure you got the camera turned around so you're filming, landscape. So you can see what it looks like and maybe a little bit of the sound of the movie. Not the whole thing, otherwise you won't get all this copyright bullshit. If it's just
I don't think you want to watch.
If it didn't have music in the video, if it was just a bit of dialogue or something, and the picture you can see. Usually the algorithms, they can't tell, but when it's got music, something, they identify. But if it's just dialogue, talking and sound effect, they wouldn't have much. The algorithm would not probably understand and think, it's okay. Because every time you look at the copyright thing, right, on YouTube, it says it identifies Jerry Goldsmith. If it was just sound effects and dialogue, it wouldn't identify it. It's only when it's got music going on in the background. Like I could have you go on YouTube and you got music playing or such or whatever, and it identifies and gives you it says, "Oh, we're taking the video down." It's not like it's got a decent recording of the sound, and it's like, it's only. I don't know what the fuss is.
They're stupid.
Yeah, but if you go on TikTok and do all this music and everything, you don't get too many issues on there.
No. The funny thing, the small videos I uploaded while I was filming some film clips.
Yeah.
I put on Facebook, and they didn't get any problems.
No, of course not.
Only the one where with perspective sound with the Elvis Jailhouse Rock.
Oh, right,
there was a notice that in some countries this movie has been, the soundtrack has been muted, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I know.
And they are so fucking stupid because they don't understand that if people see this clip, maybe they get interested and think, oh, I want to buy this movie.
Yeah, exactly. You're doing a favor. You're doing a favor by promoting it. I don't care. I don't want to make money on it. I don't want to make any money on the damn thing because I'm you're only helping to promote something. So I can't. It's not a big deal. I mean, I got a copyright one time. I don't know. It was some bullshit because there are people going around on YouTube pretending to be, and they're not the real, And what they did was they copyrighted some sine wave tones that I was playing on the Room EQ Wizard. That's absurd.
Yeah.
Oh, unbelievable. I don't know what YouTube's done with these people that are just bullshitting and they go around pretending when they are not legitimate. They should be kicked off the site and because yeah. So I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this again. Let's try this again. Put the phone down. I'm just going to check this phone. See what the I can't see the what's it. Oh yeah, battery levels okay. Yeah, that's okay. That's holding. Let's just try. No, it's where they use the Force in Revenge of the Sith. I should be hearing a deep rumble coming over the left center, right center. I'm getting all the other bass and all the Foley kick, body kicks, and I'm getting all that. So I tried it with the zone there. Hang on. Let's try this one here. I'll get to it. I'll get the signal to divert, and though I could do it the other way. I can do it the other way, not a problem. Just trying to get it to go through the air. I'm just trying to get the signal to sandwich on top of the. So it goes through the SA10. Sorry, what am I talking about? The SA10, the SDU. SDU. Try that, play that again. To say whether that was it or if it was because when they use it, when Obi-Wan Kenobi, he's got more Force dB level. When they're fighting, I'm not sure if you can see the scene. Just go over to it. What bloody! I've got all these Panasonic fucking remotes. Oh yeah, that one's got the batteries in. This one doesn't, so I could put that one over here. So I'm not getting bloody confused with all these Panasonic remotes. Go over to the video. So it's where they're Obi-Wan Kenobi. They're fighting on a table, and they lose their lightsabers or something, or they fall on the floor or something. Oh no, I think it's hang on, who loses their lightsaber? Hang on, I'll just play that back. Oh yeah, there. So Obi-Wan Kenobi's got his lightsaber in his hand. Then he loses it. Then it falls out of his hand and onto the floor. And it's just the two of them, body kicks and body kick punches. And then Obi-Wan uses the Force and picks his lightsaber up. And then Anakin Skywalker uses the Force to pick his lightsaber up. And there's in the LFE track, it rumbles a little bit. It sounds similar when you're listening to the LCR channel, the rumble, but on the LFE, it's just a little bit more louder. Just not by a little bit. But Obi-Wan seems to have more dB force level when he uses the Force, and Anakin is just a little bit less. That's what I know. So Anakin is not all powerful. Obi-Wan had a few dB more level there. Actually, it's probably a mixing mistake on the dubbing stage, unless, of course, it's intentional. Like George Lucas says, "Oh, we'll have the Force with Anakin just a little less. We'll have Obi-Wan just a little bit more." Yeah. Yeah, maybe. That's what I noticed. But I'm just trying to see if the signal's getting carried. And I'm not just enhancing the left and the bass from the left, center, right signal, and it's just adding on a few dB. I've just got to make sure it's actually being added. So it's just got to go back to the computer, and I've just got the soundtrack playing through the optical output, so I can look at the Storm menu, and I can still play the soundtrack until I think I'm absolutely sure. Otherwise, I think the only other way around this would be simple, is to play the DTS demo disc. Because it would have an LFE signal, pink noise test. And if the speakers are set correctly on the Storm, I should hear the signal coming out on those speakers behind the screen on the just try again. Switch that one. Should I switch the zone? Switch that zone off. Just listen to that. Yeah, I hear that kind of rumble. Turn that off there and that off there. It's hard to say. I'm getting a little bit frustratedly. Let's put that to 0 there, that to 0. Or sorry, none. I'll post a screen capture, what the menu screen looks like later, and you can have a look at it, and you can be scratching your head, thinking, oh, do I want a Storm processor?
Nah.
Well, I can, like I say, I can divert and create the experimental overhead. The only problem is when it's going through the DSU, because it's still playing with a Dolby Stereo Laserdisc, yeah, and I use the DSU, it's still the problem there being the usual side surround or whatever, the surrounds, they are, some of their low frequency on it gets a little bit filtered. If it goes through a proper Dolby through the CP200 on the Cat 150, it sounds a lot better. If I used the DTS Neural X on the Storm processor, it would sound similar to the CP200, or it would sound similar to the surround. It would have a better bass on it, on the surround. It's only when I noticed doing this, I think a week or two ago, and I was, it took me a while to set the bloody thing up and get it configured. So I've got one theater mode that doesn't have any overheads, and all I did was just duplicating the amount of speakers for the surround, and then I just took the remaining 6 outputs, and then just set them and place them for the overhead, and yeah, it worked. Only the DSU is a load of rubbish. It filters it filters some of the surround down too much on, because it's got their philosophy on the DSU is different to Pro Logic. It's a different philosophy. But if I probably used the DTS Neural X, it would probably have a better bass. And then afterwards I thought, sod it. Switch back to the CP200. It's a lot simple. And I can just have a better, try that again. Yeah, that sounds weaker there. Okay, so I go back to the other setting. There. That still sounds weak. Yeah, that's okay. So add. Let's repeat that. Add that on there. That on. Save it. Oh yeah, bit louder. Okay. What's it sound like on the other channels? All right. We know what the channels are called. I haven't even properly configured on the Storm the continuity, so it looks exactly identical how it looks on the SDDS processor. So it goes left, center, right. On the Storm, I can go back into it and switch the channels around, but I would have to move the XLR plugs. I'd have to move those into the new position. Yeah. Otherwise, I will get sound coming out in the wrong way. So basically, I just want to configure the meter layout on the processor so it goes left, center, right. and then the sub bass channel, which would be on channel number 6. But in 70mm, the sub bass is on channel 2 and 4, which is the left center, right center. Be whether it's format 42 or format 43. Actually, there's format 44, 45, and 46. But they're only noise reduction. They're only a difference with noise reduction. What noise reduction thing is plugged in, or otherwise it's format 42, format 43. And the LFE, the sub bass, is still the same. I think it's working, but I got to actually confirm with a is there any other movie that I can think of on the LFE? I know Star Trek 2, when the Enterprise is leaving the space dock, and you got the music playing, and it's got a very, very deep, low rumble in outer space, of course. It's amazing how that rumble sound can travel through the expanding universe. It is staggeringly impressive. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe because I'm on planet Earth, and I've never been in outer space. I don't know if there's, but they say the higher altitude you go, the air gets thin. It gets very cold, and eventually you can't hear anything. I'm mostly down here, so I know the Earth is round, but yeah. Anyway, so I know that's got an effect on. Yeah, let me listen to the other channels and see what they say. There should be some crosstalk. Okay. Because I also think that John Williams music that's playing, and there's a timpani, boom, boom, boom. Usually when you play that just on the LFE only, it's just that you just hear this bass beating, boom, boom, boom. I think it is working, but I should use the force now. Yeah, I hear a little rumble there. Okay, let me turn that off. Back to put these speakers back to large. Bit skeptical whether this is. I'd rather do it discreetly, but I could do it the other way. Turn those off. Yeah, it does work. because I can't hear the crosstalk. Sorry, when I was adding it, I'm just listening to the left and right channel where it's not much carrying the other crosstalk in the because of the way the matrix works on the processor with channel rejecting. Other to try and make it sound. Yeah, it does work. Yeah, it does work, but I would need to because the DTS demo disc that I got, I keep it up behind me on the shelf on the rack. Here it is up here, the DTS demo disc. It's important you keep some of these things. Because if I generated noise from the processor, the Storm processor, any signal noise, it wouldn't really tell me whether it's working or not. This is the DTS demo disc.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And I can use a sine wave tone, which is 100 hertz on the LFE. And if I go into it, play it, and then generate and go through the, I should be able to identify the signal going through and say, yeah, of course it works. So I don't care about the LFE signal going to the left and right channel. I only care about it at the moment going to whether the that can do, which I think it does. It does do it, but it's okay. It's not brilliant. It's better if I do it the other way. It's better if I do it the other way. Yeah. Oh. What's up, Bear? You want to go out? Oh, yeah. So I'm just going to put this back, set everything back the way it was. I filter on there. Don't know why I restrict that to 120 hertz on that crossover. It's pointless. Set it to about 200 hertz. So I know the signal does go a little bit higher, but not great, but it goes a little higher. So that's turned on, that's turned on. That's off there. Okay, double check, save it. Play it. And just play the LFE. It's making my door vibrate. When the John Williams timpani is going boom, I can hear the door going. It's only because the door's not fully closed properly, and it's only it makes that because the bass signal is going over to the door, and it's like the door is acting like a diaphragm. If I were to put actually the door area, think about it, right? This is a good idea. A way to get in more bass. It's all about the bass, isn't it? Yeah. Ill tempered. Sea bass? Not exactly. We got lasers on shark. We got laser beams on sharks' heads. So imagine if you were to put in the door area something like an elastic, like a balloon, like a rubber, and you can stretch it literally over that area, yeah, of the door area. And when the bass plays in the room and it travels, gets near to that door area, if you were to put your hand on it, you would feel the vibration. But where's it going? Is it coming back into the room? Sound would pass through that material because it's just rubber. It's transparent. You'd be able to see through it. And it would pass through, but it would, theoretically, it would vibrate like how our ears pick up sound and they respond to it. And they, but if I were to put something else on the door as it is, a piece of wood, a piece of string, although the string will be pulled tight, the door will be pulled in a little bit, but the sound wave still goes around and is bouncing, reflecting onto that door. The vibration will go through the string or the rope or the monofilament line that you use for, it would travel through. And then if you put it on a seat, you should feel a vibration. So if you're like missing some bass in a room and you can't afford a bass shaker, that's one way. That's one way to do it. It's tricky. It's very tricky, but it's. You want to come back in, Bear? Come on. He's in and out. He's in and out. That kitty. Yeah. So I closed the door again. Now I'll play that. What's it again? Oh, it's still making the door vibrate. Maybe if I move the door just a little bit one way and the other, then it won't vibrate much. Put a piece of cardboard in there. Piece of cardboard. It's a bit distracting because it's like someone. It's like I got a gigantic panther cat behind the door, and it's putting its paws on the door. And it wants to come in. Let me just move that door just a little bit because it's only kind of. Maybe move it like that. I'm not sure if it's the door handle that's doing. Not that the door handle works. So I haven't got the latch. The latch. I haven't. I didn't. I took. Well, yeah. It's not important. It's not important. It's not important. I'll try it again. It probably won't go vibrate. Well, I minimized it a little bit. Just need to move it a little bit more so it doesn't so it's not tapping and going. Maybe wiggle that handle a little bit there. Because mind you, the bass, because the room is so small. If the room at the back of the room, the floor, the seating to the ceiling was a little less in the height, because you look at how a cinema is designed. Towards the back of the auditorium, it's very narrow from the seating to the ceiling. When you get right up to the that's how it's got good bass.
Yeah.
Because of that design. But in the home, it's always typical, like it sounds too boomy at the back. It's good, it's but it sounds too boomy at a certain frequency range. But our homes are too small to do it like a cinema. You'd be crouching down at the bloody back. You know, when you stand up, you'd be crouching because you're too near to the ceiling. You look at ordinary cinemas; they are realistically they're just like our room, only they got the flooring that's going up. You know, is very robust. It's made of very strong material. You could use some materials in the home. You could get piles and piles of MDF and just screw it to the back of the wall. Screw it to the back of the ceiling and make it very thick.
Yeah.
And that will change some of the bass level. How it would change some of the boominess. It would change it a little bit. That's a theory I've got. That's a theory. It's just a theory. I mean, you know, you want to get some materials basically that you're not really going to be paying money for. And then all you need is just bolts. You need bolts to screw that stuff up because it's going to weigh bloody heavy. You need to screw it. Yeah, you need to screw it so it goes into the joists, into the ceiling joists. Otherwise, that weight will come crashing down on your head.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, so if you can find something, a material, and you think, yeah, I can fit that up, and it'll be safe, and it'll be all secure up there. It'll all be, but you got to have all the mics, Nicole. You got to have the REW. You got to do the frequency test to see whether it works or it doesn't work. Because it's just an idea. You know, you can. It's like you look at someone's basement, and they got a very shallow ceiling. If they want to extend it, that's easy. They're in the basement. They got to get the machinery, drill up all that concrete, and then start digging.
I was working in a sign factory or shop, and they wanted to expand, so they took the what the fuck do you call it? Not ceiling.
Oh, you mean a suspended
No,
ceiling?
the room below in the house. Basement.
Yeah, basement.
Yeah, but it wasn't very high, so they did exactly that. They knocked down the floor and dug a deeper hole, so we could use it as a workplace.
Alternative, if depending on the structure, you could extend the ceiling. It only means wherever it is above. If it's a kitchen, it's going to have to be. Oh, is it worth it? It would have to be completely remodeled.
Yeah.
But you can do something so you can extend the height of the basement ceiling, but you only make the kitchen from the floor to the ceiling a little less. It doesn't really matter as long as you can move around. Can move around and get to a cupboards and all that. It doesn't really matter because the ceiling, when you think of it, some of these rooms and all that, they don't necessarily have to be, but if it's necessary for sound and entertainment because of the way sound waves are behaving, and you know, you've got to make some modifications. And yeah, but like I say, it's very easy to just start digging in a basement, drill the concrete out, and then start digging and extend it down maybe 2, maybe 3 feet. And it only means you've got to have a different entrance way with the door and have some steps or something so when you enter the room. That's all. But it's not cheap. That would cost a few grand.
Yeah.
So it's not cheap. But some people that have got all this, you know, they'll probably spend that money and do it. But it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. They did the same thing at the Chinese theatre. They turned it from a regular cinema into a Limax, and all they did was they got the machinery in and they dug down and extended the floor to ceiling height. They just extended it a little bit. That's all. Not a big deal. Oh. Come on, Bear, settle down. Come on, mate. Oh, door open on its own. I think it was the air pressure from the window. Push the door open. See, it's amazing. It's amazing. Oh yeah, I'm getting extra bass in this room. I'm getting extra if it's infrasonic because I've got the window open. And it gives about 3 to 4 dB extra level. Yeah, it's not too bad. I'll keep the window open a little bit. It's only open a tiny fraction. Why go out again, Beth? There you go. He doesn't know what to do. I think Melanie, she's relaxing. Let me play that again. Probably door vibrate again. I don't care. Dong, dong. That's interesting. It's giving me some ideas, mind you. You can't hear it in this video. Oh, use the force there. Oh my goodness, I felt the force. Play that again. It's like listening to a silent movie. That door's just going dong, 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 dong. I'm just going to let it play and just fumble around with the door until it doesn't. Just leave the door open a little bit. Oh, you want to come in again, Bear? Come on. Yeah, I won't fully close the door. It's only partly open by a couple of millimeter.
So Mel doesn't mind the noise?
No, nor does Bear. He's behind me. He doesn't mind. He's a little frustrated at the moment. He's running around doing. I'm not sure what's going on, but I have to say that timpani. Oh, flipping that. I just feel a little bit on my ears here. It's not 150 dB, you know. Do you know that guy now? He wants to go to 160.
Yeah, he's stupid.
He's gonna have guests around his home, and they're gonna say, "You got to sign this waiver."
Yeah.
You know, because it could damage you, or it could. You think, why would you want to go into something that's going to purposely damage you? No, thank you.
Yeah.
I would just say, can't you play it at a lesser level? I don't care for 100 and I don't care for 120 dB. 100 is okay, maybe for me, but I don't care for that sensor around fucking 120. I heard and felt all that back in the 1970s. Fucking Battlestar Galactica, fucking sensor around gave me tinnitus. What is that doing there? You know, back in there. You're all right. Uneased. She's very uneased today. Is it the climate? Is it the altitude? Is it the humidity levels? What's this base level reading on the SPL? Just over 90 dB. Oh, Melanie's got in here. Yeah, she's got in here somehow. Where are you, girl? Fuck it, let the door vibrate. It's technical. Gave them some biscuits. Keep them entertained. What time is it? Okay.
Did you find her?
Oh, she's in the kitchen eating biscuits. Bloody hell. Trouble is, it rattles a lot of the room when the subs are active. It rattles a lot of things in the room. That's, you know. So rooms not really these rooms are not really designed for any sub bass to be. It doesn't matter if it's a small. Once it plays and it gets up, that it shows that there's something doesn't work in the room. So less is more. Less is more. I'd imagine that guy who is 150. I'd imagine that room rattles a lot. Even when it's up to 100 dB, it probably rattles and buzzes, and there's things going on that shouldn't be. It's just like all those people with their stupid sub bass in their car. If you play a sine wave very carefully, the vehicle itself is going to make some noises. It's going to make some rattle noises or something, you know, because it's metal. And you wouldn't be hearing a pure tone. If it's playing at a quite a softer level, yeah, it's okay. But once it's, you know, because it's like it's pressuring the vehicle, and it's like if you had the vehicle completely all sealed, and you pumped it up with oxygen or air pressure or whatever, until you can see the vehicle's metal frame on the outside, and it buckles or pushes because you're just pumping it up with pressure. feels like a bloody earthquake. That. Let me go to the bloody movie so I can see what part of the bloody hell. It sounds like a bloody earthquake. Not too sure where it is in the movie at the moment. Sounds like it's, oh yeah, it's on the outside, on the exterior where they got all that lava. But really, with that lava and all that, in the movie, you've seen the movie, haven't you?
Which one?
Revenge of the Sith.
I seen it once. It's 100 years ago.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was a dreadful movie. I know, it was a dreadful movie. But it's like all this, would all that lava make all that rumbling sound?
Good question.
Yeah, it's a bloody good question because it sounds like a load of George Lucas bullshit to me.
Yeah.
It does. It's like, bloody hell, what's George Lucas trying to do with it? I mean, it's like George Lucas wanted to use censor round for Star Wars,
Okay.
but I think it was in the history on reading it, someone said at Dolby Labs, no, you don't want to use that because it's a pile of shit. It's a load of shit, censor round. I think that's a quote from one of the Dolby Laboratory sound consultants, and I suppose what I can't understand is if Universal or because before Star Wars, the only way to get deep rumble is the sensor round generated processor because they didn't figure it out until then, until they managed to figure it out.
No.
Otherwise, you'd have thought sensor round would improve it, sort of thing. I mean, it was pretty good. I mean, how it worked, how it sounded, how it felt, but they could have provided or gave a warning. Use earplugs.
Yeah.
Or
You
and
missed the song.
yeah, and bass shakers, they didn't exist at the time.
No.
If they had been around, they would have been using those, and you'd probably get and it will work with every other movie, of course, but you wouldn't end up with a splitting headache because you'd be feeling a lot of tactile vibration, and they can keep the bass levels at a different SPL level, and you wouldn't be coming out of that auditorium with your bloody ears ringing. Because you could go around real world sound and such, and until you get some point where the real world sound is such a high level, you think naturally you want to cover your ears or put your fingers in your ears because you think it might be harmful. Yeah. I think I've got those SW level. Yeah, I'm going to tone those down a bit. Tone it down a bit there. It's not like the sub basses are making any noise. Rattle, buzzing, crackling. They would have to play at a stupid level until the point where they reach their technical tolerance level, and then they will start making noises. But the room's making noise before, because the pressure is building up at the highest point. Wherever it is, it's always high level at the front of the room. if the room was a little longer, a little wider, a little higher, because when you think of it, technically, I am too close to these speakers. In some way, I am too close. If I go to the front row of a cinema, I would be you would be at least 20, 25 feet away from the screen. It depends on the size of the auditorium. The one downtown, if I'm at the front row is at least 20, 25 feet. That's all I can guess, unless I got an actual tape measure and actually measure it. So by the time you instantly play that pink noise or sine wave tone, and then the way you hear it and you kind of feel it in the whether you're in the sat in the seat or if you're standing up, because the way the bass is going to interact with the seat is going to be the opposite to when you are standing up, unless they got that cinema really, really designed well. Otherwise, I've only been to one cinema where, when standing up at the back of the auditorium, it's just, I can feel it on my feet, my legs, my body, my hair. And it didn't hurt my ears. It's just a pity that cinema doesn't exist anymore. So, and also, the energy you're getting from a sub, the energy, because you're hearing most of the proportion in a loud acoustical way. The mechanical part of it, you're probably only feeling a little percentage. You got to get it 50-50. Because how it's going to interact with the seating, because when you feel it and all that, you think you're feeling it sometimes maybe in your chest or something. That's partly to do with the seating. And again, another thing, the like I say, bloody hell, this CGI in this bloody movie is awful. Oh god, my goodness. How can he bloody sense Anakin Skywalker, the bloody Emperor? He's probably billions of bloody miles away on another planet. What a load of bullshit the Force is, really. Bloody hell. Yeah, if the Emperor was all powerful and all that, why does he need a bloody battle station? Why doesn't he fucking use the Force and use the lightning out of his fingers to blow a planet up? What a load of bullshit. Doesn't make sense. Don't be too proud of this technological power you created. Go on, Bear. Oh, dear. See, every time the bloody Force is being used in this fucking movie, I don't see lightning coming out of my speakers. That's really disappointing. I think there might be a way I could do that, but it's only light effect trickery. How would I do that now? Because they say now they got fucking lightsabers that look like a fucking lightsaber. Come on, that's bullshit. So it uses a laser light, and it only goes to a certain length, about what, 1 meter, 3 foot, something. Huh? I mean, a laser beam will just carry on. If you put it through smoke or mist outdoors, it would travel miles. Yeah. Anyway, how would you make? How would you make, like, every time there's a sound of the force crackling or whatever it is, and you put a little bit of smoke in the room.
Yeah.
You got to use some smoke, and then how would you do that? All I'm thinking is, at the moment, is a plasma light, and how that works. When you put your hand on it, you get the fingers, and you get all the. It's like the Emperor's fucking lightning bullshit coming out his fingers, but yeah. Oh dear. Fucking hell. What was? Is this where they got the idea for bloody Indiana Jones? Oh yeah. Fucking hell. It's not a bad sound mix, this movie, mind you. It's not a bad sound mix. It might not be your cup of tea. It's not really my much cup of tea much anymore. I mean, I hardly watch it. I used to watch it quite a bit, but I only play something, a chapter. I play a chapter because I want to analyze. I want to see if it can give me any inspiring ideas. You know how I think? I don't know how you think. You've got a few good ideas that you've made there.
What do you think?
Well, you know how to design things. So if I get an idea, I'll share it with you and see whether it's your cup of tea, or what you can do with it, or what you think you can do with it. Is it going to be any use for me? It's like I'm trying to find more ways to skin the cat on a bloody film soundtrack. Oh my God. Until you're absolutely exhausted of ideas. I like that bit where Obi-Wan jumps back, does a backflip, and you feel a bit of bass in the center channel. But I know it's there. You feel a bit of bass weight in the Foley in the center channel when he lands on the. You feel the oomph. Most people would be missing that sound on their little speakers, and if they're diverting it into their sub, along with the bass from the left and right and whatever other channel, I don't think they would notice it. It wouldn't get reproduced correctly. It would get muddled up. Because on the Storm, you can adjust the levels. If I divert bass from all the other speakers, I can adjust the level output to those subs, so they could be -1, -2, 3, 4. They're adjustable from -1 down to -20 in 1 dB steps. So I can adjust it variably, whereas on other AV processors you can't do that. You only send it, and you can't do any adjustment. If you actually
So they did something right.
Huh?
Stormwood, you did some good.
Well, yeah, but you can take the bass from all the other channels and put it into an audio mixer. A very small 6-channel audio mixer. You put the inputs, and then you output the signal to the sub, and then you've got level control on the bass, on the mixing, so you can adjust it variable. and then get it to sound properly okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise it's just prefixed.
Yeah.
You've got no control. You've got no control over it when it's prefixed. It's just there might be too much bass in the surround channel, and it's causing it's masking a certain level in the center channel. Star Trek 3: The Search for Spock. It's got too much rumble in the surround channel, and on a certain scene in the movie, and when I play this, it just doesn't sound right because it's overlapping the center channel bass signal on the subwoofer. And so I solved it by using an audio mixer and then taking the outputs going in, and then I had variable control. That was about 25 years ago. So all this variable, what's it? I was doing that decades ago because I knew there was something not right with the receiver. I don't use the mixer now. I haven't used that audio mixer that I used to have it plugged in the system. Probably not for maybe 10 years. I could still, if I want to, I could fit it and still do that sort of thing. And you can get a 12-channel audio mixer, or and you can just put all the signals into the line input, and then you just use the line output going to the sub. And you can do a few other little tricks as well with it. You can do a few little other tricks. So I don't know what they're going to do with Earthquake when that gets released. Like, I think they should have re-released it in the cinema, but I doubt there's many cinemas around capable today that to exhibit the same way as it was in 1974. Because the sub bass in the cinemas probably wouldn't. They're probably full. They probably wouldn't be adequate. They need quite a lot of them, and they got to do it in the exact same way. So you got a sub bass array right in the front of the auditorium, and then two more located at the back of the auditorium. You got to do it the exact same way. Otherwise, what's the point? There's no point with the bloody Atmos. It's like the Atmos is a load of bullshit. The LFE, again, is a load of bullshit. It should have gone from LFE 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. You got to look at how it is, how to evolve it. Otherwise, it hasn't changed since 1977. How to make, how does the sense around Mod 2? What are the outputs on that decoder thing like? What are they exactly like? I've not seen a picture. I've only seen a very little bit of that processor unit. I've not seen a proper diagram of what the outputs look like. Is it steering a signal that's going for that's moving in motion forward and backwards? Or is it doing it in a sort of, because it's like a diamond shape or something, or like a pyramid. So you got two subs at the back of the auditorium, one in the front, and it's like a diamond, like a pyramid shape. Is it steering the signal around in a kind of circle? Random, that is random, because because it's just getting a signal that triggers the unit and then it activates. But when you listen to it on the movie itself, and to me, there's something missing. There's something missing. And if you can use a variable phase on a processor, on the DCX, if I play one sub at the front and one at the back, and I use the variable phase, I get a signal that it kind of moves forward and backward. It's shifting. If I use the variable phase on the Behringer DCX, I need something to do that, or to variably, randomly keep shifting the signal. So I put a mono signal into it and it will kind of shift it forward and backwards. And I'm also kind of curious again, does it repeat or is it random? So if you see the movie, which I wasn't caring for fucking sound back then. I saw it 4 times. So if I was going back in time as I am now, I would be listening out. I would be observing what I see on the screen as a reference, a visual reference, and I would be monitoring what I'm hearing. I would sit in the exact same seat to see whether or not it's a complete random thing. So if I hear a rumble, does it appear at the front at first, or does it appear at the back, or is it kind of like at the front and the back at the same time? And then does it alternate? Because you could play the LFE in a room as it is today, and you could sit in the same seat and it's always going to do the same thing. You might think you're hearing bass or something that kind of, well, with a sine wave tone, when you play a sine wave tone, it sounds like it's at the front. You play the other sine wave tone, it sounds like it's behind you. Or it's going across left to right. The way it's, or up and down. Yeah. That leg must be giving you some issue at the moment.
What?
That leg, your leg, must be giving you issue at the moment.
Yeah, it does.
Try hitting it with a hammer.
No, I have to hit my fingers with a hammer.
You go,
Then I only feel the pain from the finger.
That's exactly true. That
because
is
the brain can only adjust to one thing at a time.
Oh, what? Try pinching. Get 2 fingers together, yeah, and pressure.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Or get your cat to stick her claws in your. Get Mew to stick her claws in you on your arm or your shoulder.
I just have to stick my feet out when I'm laying on the bed. Then suddenly a couple of claws are sitting in my toes.
Oh, I've been getting a lot of that. Yeah, every time I move the feet under the covers, she attacks.
Yeah, because it's her nature. Something is moving. So
Yeah. It's going to take at least 18 months.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, until she calms down.
Yeah.
Otherwise, very active. When I first had her, the very first few days, she was active for 40 minutes, and then she'd have a cat nap. Now she's gotten more active.
Yeah.
It might be the surroundings in the home, because I tried to asking the original owner how active, because it's been a long time since I've had a kitten. But I know that a cat is kind of not fully grown, at least until 18 months.
Yeah.
She won't be a large size. She'll be, like say, she'll be a bit small, but
yeah.
Is Mew oh no, she's long furry or short fur? Short furry, yeah. Yeah, I think Bear he's kind of medium fur, I think, medium.
Yeah, that's probably right.
And Sooty was a little bit long fur.
Yeah.
And Magic, he was short fur.
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of cats, I have to feed now. Dinner time. Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. So let me know about your experiment with directing the bass.
I think I'll just use the other way. It's a lot simpler.
Yeah. That's right.
It'd work on your system.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'll maybe try it when I start up again.
Yeah, you can try it at a low level.
Yeah.
Just don't try it too high, otherwise you'll probably damage those speakers.
Yeah, I can play full range. 2 8-inch woofers can do a lot of bass. Of course, it's a bit dangerous if I want to go berserk.
Yeah, but like I say, at the end of the day, you got to monitor. You got to check the level of the soundtrack. Like, say, if you play Star Wars Episode number 2, the amount of the output on the LFE signal is pretty high.
Yeah.
You can turn it down a little bit on the, because otherwise it still carries the same frequency range as the LCR surround channel. Only it's a little bit, it's only going from the lowest up to 120 or 150, whatever.
Yeah.
And the other channels are only going from the very lowest up to 20,000 kilohertz.
Yeah.
So that's all. It's not a big deal. Anyway, I'll catch you later.
Yeah, okay. Talk to you later.
Meow, meow. Over and out.
Yeah,
meow. Meow, meow.
Bye-bye. Yeah, hi.
7 o'clock, almost 6. You all right there, Bear? Yeah, you're okay there, Bear. All right. Just play this bit again. Keep that LFE off. Oh no, let's play it again because I turned the levels down a little bit on that, didn't I? There. Oh yeah, that sounds okay. Boom, 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 boom. And then they use the force. Oh yeah, the force. The force is coming in there. You got the John Williams score. Boom, boom, boom. course, all the other basses, all the Foley, all the body kicks, that's all on the stage channel. It's interesting on that force rumble because I can send some of it to the surrounds and just keep the signal not going too low and just reduce it a little bit. And then some of that upper top of the force rumble would sound uniform, or because the force is supposed to be everywhere. Do you believe in that nonsense, Bear? It's all a lot of hokey tricks and nonsense. Yeah, let me go into, so I'll just play that chapter over and over and over. Oh, I'll just stop it for a moment. I'm going to get my bottle refilled with water. Hydro. Keep it hydro, Bear. Oh, whoa, but, feeling busy. Fucking hell. Oh, lovely. No, not the home cinema's lovely. My little kitten, Melanie, lovely. You can't love a home theatre, it's impossible. Home theatres are only oh, where'd she go? She was in the kitchen, up near the window. Oh, she's changed her mind and moved somewhere else. Okay. Where'd she go? Where'd she go scooting? She didn't come in here, did she? She didn't slip past me, did she? Because kittens move very fast. She's not in here. I think she slipped past me. She used the force. Did she come in here? Oh, she did. She used the force. She tricked my mind. Come on, Mel. Oh, where's she going now? Oh, crikey. Because there's things in here that will probably make her want to start scratching. All right, she's got some biscuit. Okay. Okay. Oh, God, bloody hell. Oh. Computer on. so I can divert the LFE signal to the surrounds. Firstly, let me turn the surrounds on. Turn that one on, that one. And that. And I'll leave the back ones off for the moment. Okay, so I'm going to send it to the side arrays. Okay. The subs down there. Okay. So I've got to set that to, I think I've got to set, let's see. Set that to on 0. That to 0. Just repeat that. Because it's playing that timpani. I should get a deeper bass coming through once it's set. Yeah, I think it's a little bit deeper, but not mega deep. Hang on, let's just check. Set that there. I've got to turn this on as well. I felt that force. Okay, so go back to, turn that to none. Back to none. I just got to confirm, because I don't use this often. I don't often use this. Once I'm certain, and then I'll change the frequency response on it. So I don't want it going down to the lowest low. Just want a certain proportion of the frequency from that LFE. Just see what it sounds like. Okay, they're all set to none. Let's just check through the levels here. Okay, save it, play it. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it's a bit different. And I'll use the force in a moment. And it should be now. Yeah, it was getting diverted. So I only need these, the subrouting. No, or with LFE. So with LFE. So with LFE meaning I can piggyback that signal. So yeah, it was working when it was going through the what's it? So I don't have to set that to large, because when you set that speaker thing to large, it's diverting the signal over to the sub. And so when I keep it to large and then use the LF, right, gotcha. How long have I had this processor? Bloody hell. It's just I don't use these features. Okay, so go up to the surrounds again and set them to you got the sub filter, that's it, the subsonic filter. So I'm going to move that up to only go up to 50 hertz. I think that's enough. Link Riley 24. I think it'll do it there. So all right. So I'm gonna. So it won't go any low. I don't know if that does it. Oh, so I'll set that. Why am I setting it up there? What the fuck? It's on the other channels. I'll leave those. Leave that there. It's down here. So set. Set about 50 and 50 if it does do that. I mean, the surround speakers, you know, you can put low frequency, sine wave, whatever. And it just depends on what output it gives. If it starts making noises, then you know it can't go any further. Set that there. Okay. So I leave that zone thing off, do I there? Oh yeah, with LFE, with LFE. Just turn that zone to none. Switch back over to LFE up there. And it's that one there. Switch that to 0. 0. 0, meaning that's the highest level it would output from the softest to the lowest, or I can reduce the output level down to -20. Well, I'd hardly notice it, I think. Okay. Can I notice that timpani? Only the other mild bit of timpani that's in the surround mix, but not the deeper end of it. Hang on, the force is coming up. It should be there and there. Oh, hang on. Whoops. Yeah. I think the sub-filtering is taking off because the timpani, because it's Link Riley 24 dB, the timpani I think is down in between 30 and 40 hertz range, between 30 and 40. And if I were to change that, where is it? Oh, it's going along there. Change that from Link Riley 24 to 12 dB. It should pick it up a little bit, but it'd be very mild. Should pick it up. So all there. Okay, play it again. Yeah. And the force is coming. Yeah. What else can't the Storm do? Well, if I add an LFE signal onto the surrounds, not that like it's a big deal, because they're still carrying the same frequency range, only it's limited on the it's just, it's nothing special. It's just a dynamic range difference and all that now and then. But you can't add an audio limiting on that LFE signal that's been piggybacking onto the surrounds. The only way you can add audio limiting, and that will do, that does it the other way, unless I had something designed into a system and I can do things individually, like if I wanted that LFE signal on the going into the surrounds the surround speakers. Does it really fucking matter? Anyway, I would need like two types of audio limiting, the same type of audio, but I can send one to do this limiting at this frequency range if it gets too high, and then another to do another. So it just basically works kind of automatically. It works. Like, what SBL level is it given? I don't care the frequency because I know it's what frequency. What am I seeing on the SBL meter? Why is those signals there too high? I got this. Let's double check this through again. Surround 1 through to surround number 3, left to right side. Yeah, they're all on there. That's all none. Check these filters up here on the subsonic filters. Yeah, it's all the same there. So why am I getting two signals up there? They look a little bit higher than the others. That's weird. Let's turn those. Number 1. Let's just go through these channels independently. What's going on there? I'm only hearing a bass coming out the surround. What's going on there? It's the LFE. Let me have a go through this again. So let's just double check this. Everything's configured right. Turn one of the surrounds back on. Which one? Number 3 and was it number 2? You got surround 1 and 2. These ones are there. I'll turn those on. Okay, that's going towards the back of the room. It's only carrying the LFE signal. How come it's not carrying the surrounds? What have I got turned off? What have I got turned off there? See what's going on. Turn these off because I should be getting the sound out from the surrounds. Should be going all equal down. Hang on, hold a second. What theatre mode am I on? I think it's something to do with the theatre mode I'm on. Because one theatre mode is really designed for Dolby Atmos. Yes, I just realised. I got to go to the other theatre mode because I'm on 15.106. And so basically, the other channels, the full range sound from the surround is going to the middle surrounds. Yeah, but it's still going. The bass is still that. It's still going. That's why it was confusing me there. I need to go to the other theatre mode. Because I'm not getting the full range signal going. So awkward and fiddly. It's nothing like it's quicker using the laptop because I can go on there, touch the screen, click, 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 click. I've got a guidance around, and oh dear, it's just a little bit slower. So I want to set the what's it back to turn those off. Whether is it LFE there. Set that to none. Turn it off. There. Go on to the other theatre mode. Set to none. Turn that cross subfiltering back down to 10. Put all these back to where they were. Put the inquiry back to 24. Where is it? 24. 24. 24. 24. Check. Save it. And then exit the page. I think it's the other preset, and I'll give these a blooming name. I think I know where to put the name on the damn thing now. So that's number 12. I think it's either number 7 or number 9 I've got to be using. Check the what's it on there? No, not that one. Try number 9. No, not that one. 7, 15, 12. What about number 12? And that's fit. I think I just come out of that, haven't I? 15106. No. Number 13. 7R. Yeah. Okay, check the view. How many outputs have I got going on? No, it's not that one. It's a different note. It's number 14. No, it's not that mode. 16. No. Where the bloody hell is that theatre mode? Oh, crap. So, what the heck was it called? Go through number 1. No. Number 9. Yeah, that goes through, so yeah, it goes through all the surrounds there. I think it's that mode I want to use. Speaker way out there. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I think I'll turn the other ones at the back. Turn those ones on. Turn them all on. Save it. Sounds like I've got the audio limiters on this theatre mode. Sounds like the audio limiters are turned on. Yeah, they are. Minus 40 dB, so let's turn those off for the moment. Save it. What's the theatre? Sounded pretty loud. Turn that down from 9 to 0. Save it. That's better. Second is the force. It's interesting. You can hear some of the Foley sound or some of the kicks, the Dutch. They're like kind of like echo effects or something that they're fighting in that room. I can't hear the. So all right. So I had the LFE signal onto it now. Let's go to all of them. Literally all around. Yeah. Use the variable level down now. Turn the other ones on. It's going up to about 90. To about 90 dB now. Start with the polarity. So that went up a bit high, yeah. Mhm. It's an interesting feel. Interesting. Boom, boom, boom. Stage on. Yeah, hang on, let's have a look at that. Got that signal there, minus 10 on there. Put that up to 0. Save it. Just gonna turn that down a bit. See if that does. Ooh. Back that down a bit there. Yeah, it's okay. It's all good stuff. Yeah, it's all good stuff. It's only electronics. So I can do the 5-screen backup matrix down there. What theatre mode is this one again? So everything's saved. I think it's yeah. So where's the one where it's got all the duplicated surrounds and it's got the 5-screen? I've got several of those designed. Just don't know which theatre mode it is. Not number 7. I've just been there. Just tried that earlier. It's not number 7. No, so let's try 1 now. 15. Hang on. I think I could use this one. Oh yeah, this is also the what's the other mode that I could use with the experimental. I wonder if I tried doing that. I wonder what would go because the surrounds are going to be stereo on this, so it's not going to go for a DSU. See what it sounds like. So 10. Which ones I've got to turn on again? 7, 6, and 5. Yeah, and come up 7, 6, and 5. Save it. What switch box mode is that one? Oh, yes, I remember it's on A, so just mute the screen channel. Should get the signal diverting up onto the ceiling. And I think last I checked, I think it's in Pro Logic or EX mode, or it doesn't really matter. It's in Pro Logic mode. So divert the LFE signal. So where is it? It doesn't really matter with these. I can still see. Set that 0, 0, 0, and then let's see. 0, 0, 0, 0. Save it. Play it. That's interesting, hearing the force. Okay, there, that's interesting. on the that's sort of that's like UCI experimental. Only it's better with the discrete sound than going for a DSU or a matrix. Dolby stereo matrix signal 424. Because I could do the same with the most people don't know how to handle their cinema process, home cinemas, I would say. Yeah, okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Um, Stage channel on. Okay, it's bloody loud. Check save it before I exit there. Oh yeah, that's on +6. I'll turn it down to 0. Um, okay, put the sub on. Well, it's a deeper boom 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 there. How does it sound when they use the force? Fucking hell. It's a little bit better. It's not too. I'm not into force grabbing today. Force grabbing. Got to grab it by the force. Got to grab it by the force. Whoa. That's kind of giving it a bit more different uniform. I suppose the force, you could use the force and you could just say, like, put your finger and press it there if you're using the force. You just press it or press it there. You think, what's that? What's that I'm feeling? But sound, bass and all that doesn't do that. At least, wow. That's for another time. No, there. Force grabbing. Grab it by the force. Isn't it, Bear? You got to grab it by the pussy. Yeah, grab it by the bass. Grab it by the LFE. Feel the force. Grab it by the force. Bloody hell, the blazers with these. So with the mini. Oh, what's this? You want one? Not interested. I thought so. Grab it by the force, Bear. Are you feeling the force? Force grabbing. Feel it by the force. Feel the force grabbing. Force choking. You got to choke it by the force. Choke it by the force. Wow. There. What are you doing there, Bear? Use the force. Use the force, Bear. Use the force. Oh yeah, that's mental. Wow, just experimental. Wow. Here, the force. Wow. better than using that lousy bloody 4K Atmos. God, that is absolutely terrible what they did in sound nut mixing. Absolutely awful. This is way better. Just divert the surround signal to the overheads. So if you got typical most home theaters, well, no, there's no home theater around that is like this one. Because the reason is you hang out on AVS Forum, you hang out on AVF, you hang out on Blu-ray.com, you hang out on ASR Forum. You ain't going to improve your system. It'll just be the same bog standard. I can go to bog standard if I want to, or I can just go to enhance it. And you can't program that into these fancy AV receivers. If you want to pinpoint the sound overhead, you've got to add on extra matrix decoders, and then you realize, oh, that's way better than standard Atmos bullshit layout, like in the dubbing stage on the cinemas. Oh, really? But they're only processors, they're only speakers, and that you don't have to have a fancy Storm or a fancy Trinov. You can do it with a standard AV receiver. You just got to add on a few other components to it, and then you can do similar to what I'm doing in this room. Might have to do some complicated wiring. But unfortunately, it's not really going to comply to everyone else because you've never been to UCI Tower Park. So very few cinemas are like it during the 1980s, or late 80s actually. I would say it would be very rare if any of those cinemas with that configuration probably existed in the United States. Because UCI or CIC Cinema International Corporation, I believe it was partly American. I think it was American, and they just sort of came over here selling the multiplex. Yeah. So I'm watching with no sound. But I'm looking for other ideas. I think that's what George Lucas does. He sits in front of something and goes, how did they do that? How did they do that? Maybe I'll get one of those video splitters. So the video signal goes in, and then you divide it into three. Put a part of the image in the front, and the other two half images down the side wall. So it looks like one of those bloody 4DX bloody cinemas. Oh god. I think that would look a little bit weird because it would look very distorted with the image. It just wouldn't look natural to how we see things with our eyes. It just looked very weird. But yeah, you can do that. You just got to buy one of those video, and then need I think you need 3 projectors then. So how do they do it in the cinema? How do they do it where? Because I would think you would need 3 projectors. So basically, it's like a fucked up version of Cinerama using 3 projectors. I'm not going out there onto a gigantic curved screen that makes fucking IMAX look like fucking Mickey Mouse. Fucking hell, those things were around long before fucking what's it? Because you got to have a projector over one side, and it's got unless it's a video screen wall. Yeah, in which case, no, it can't be. Because how the fuck are they going to put the fucking surround speakers behind a bloody plastic fucking? You wouldn't get fucking sound out of it. They're a muffled sound, but you wouldn't get any high frequency. Then you need an image to go partly on the ceiling and partly on the floor, and then behind. But there's no reference on the bloody movie, so how would you get an image behind? You got to film it that way. Video, film it that way. I think that would confuse everyone. It'll look interesting. I think it'd be very confusing because it just wouldn't look natural. But they do these things with sound effects, and they try to create a holographic, like 3-dimension sound, like even with the screen by just like whoa, sounded like coming off the screen or out behind from the screen. When you listen to it carefully, you realize it's just a sound frequency mixing illusion. You want a sound to sort of like it really, but without that hokey bullshit upmixing Atmos process. You want it to be done discreetly. Grab it by the force, pussy. Horse pussy you have. Horse pussy you have, Emperor. Whoopsie. Let's have a look at that. So, 7 and number 7. Yeah, well, I think that's a little bit too deep for those. Well, it's the SDR level on the output dynamic range. What about the subsonic filter? You want to come in, Bear? You're in and out like a yo-yo. Oh. Oh. Come on, Bear. Come on in. Oh. Like a yo-yo you are. See if that does it. Theoretically, it should. Save it. Oh yeah, it does. It does work. Okay. can reduce the what's it? Yeah. What would it difference would it do? I've got a bit of a rattle on it. I think the bass level is turned up a little bit on the SA10. Unless I reset it back to. I'm still doing it there again. Go trim that. That's it. And trim it back a little bit. You think, Bear? Trim that back a little bit. Oh, what's going on? Wow. Wow. So did Yoda knock them unconscious, or what did he do to them? What's the force? Hmm. Hmm. Anyway, a bit of fun with that. Put it back to normal. Normal better. Save it.
I have waited a long time for this moment, my little green. Last the Jedi are no more. Not with anything to say about it. I am. Adam, and your role is. And not short enough, of course. powerful than either of us. Faith in your new apprentice, misplaced maybe, as is your faith in the dark side of the Force.
It's the blue. It's the blue one. It should be active. Yeah. I think LFE signal went to the because of the signal steering. Yeah, because the signal would have been Um, got a few other ideas. Got a few other ideas. Oh, it's limited. It's big, 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 big. Hey, Bear. Yeah. Need something bigger. Whoa, Bear. Need something bigger to do that. Handle the bandwidth. If I put So instead of doing a crossover thing on the Storm, do a through the outputs, through a have to be through an X like an XLR Y lead with a sort of combination, and the signals would have to come out. Let's see, is there any much logic to it? The room was larger. If it was larger, I'd use the same speakers that I'm using behind the screen. Have you seen that Japanese one, Bear? Where they got those big JBLs. Oh my goodness, flipping, they're huge. They're almost larger than those ones that go in an IMAX cinema. They're flipping huge. About a ray they use, probably that for the surround. What's it? That Chinese, Japanese, what's it? Doesn't exist anymore, Bear. They use those, what's it, JBLs? The flipping folding, the flipping, were they the 15-inch or the 18? Crying out loud. What ones were they? And the two big, large 2360 HF horns on it, two of them, so they're angled. Boom. Oh, that'd give a good pretty sound, that would.
Over here. Let's go. Over here. Let's go. Over here. Let's go.
Hit the footsteps. The sound of that down there.
Over here. Let's go.
You have to kind of work out the geometry. Bloody CGI in this movie's awful. Let's turn those off. That one on. That one on. So what I can't figure out, is that's what I can't figure out. This is, even though it says it's EX, there's nothing on this process, I think, that even indicates EX. And even if it does, it's just a blooming 3-channel version instead of 4, but getting depressed. I'm getting depressed with this. Starting to depress me is if you use the digital AES or whatever it is, or oh, That wouldn't make sense, Bear. That really wouldn't make sense. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense. Bloody complicated. You look at those things again. It wouldn't make sense. It's the whole playback sort of thing. The well, not really 10. I'm going to go through the arrays. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then that would have to be backward compatible when it does the switching, but what's the point? These processors are absolutely useless. They haven't learned anything in their design. What does the other one do? Um, the only way to do it is the other way round. Can't do it the other way. There's just not enough inputs on that thing. How to make it work the other way around? Oh gosh, that's complicated. I'll make it work the other way around. Let's give it some thought. Some thought, huh? I wonder if I can output it and then loop it. I have to add something else in the rack here, and there's no space. So I trade off something. Yeah, we want to come out again. Hmm. Wow.
Lock onto him, R2. Master, General Grievous's ship is directly ahead. Lock onto him, R2. Master, General Grievous's ship is directly ahead. The one crawling with vulture droids.
Oh, I see it. Oh, this is going to be easy. Oddball, you copy?
Copy, Red Leader.
Mark my position. Form your squad out behind me.
We're on your tail, General Kenobi. Set this foils and attack position.
Oddball, you copy?
Copy, Red Leader.
Mark my position. Form your squad out behind me.
We're on your tail, General Kenobi. Set this foils and attack position.
Oddball, you copy?
Copy, Red Leader.
Mark my position. Form your squad out behind me.
We're on your tail, General Kenobi. Set this foils and attack position.
Let the pass between us.
coming in again, Bear? Come back. Good boy.
Mark my position. Form your squad out behind me.
We're on your tail, General Kenobi. Set as files and attack position.
Wow.
Oh, this is going to be easy. Oddball, do you copy?
Copy, Red Leader.
Mark my position. Form your squad out behind me.
We're on your tail, General Kenobi. Set as files and attack position.
This is where the
Shelf filter. About 10. Maybe copy that over to four. No. Four. Copy. Save. It's a little bit high frequency there, but That's what that does. That's not too bad. No, it's not too bad. That's not too bad. Try to do that again. No, that's not too bad. Couple of filters. Trying to figure out this other
Chancellor, you all right? Can't do good. This time we will do it together. I'm about to say that.
I'm not sure. Create one of those. So I put the decoder on the output, but it's got to go through a loop. Something's got to go through some sort of loop to take the signal. That's going to be pretty complicated. Well, Signal and it's got to go into a WhatsApp. And it's the out, the outputs, and I got to connect back onto. But it's not going to work straight now because there's not enough line inputs on it. There's only 2 line inputs. No, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. That's not going to work. So I'd have to add 2 of those modules in there. It's not enough space there. I'd have to take those out. Yeah. That's not going all right easy. Oh. Wouldn't be too bad if you can do it on the input. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need 10 inputs. Only does 8. Oh. Oh, is that very worth it? this one. Ah, that's better. So what are those inputs? Digital inputs. Okay, bloody say where it is. 1 through 8 and 9 through 16. Okay. But that's not cheap. And then can I use some? No, that's not going to be a cheap way around it. Wait a minute. Impossible. Most. Tell you, these processors and the way they've been thought out. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. They are not backward compatible with everything else in the past. Terrible. Can't even do it on a Trinon. Terrible. Possible. Good gosh. Unacceptable. Ugh. What do you think of that there? Eh? What's this 36? What's going on now? What's this? 33, now 36. Am I detecting competition? think that came out over a year or two. What do you think of it, Bear? Load of rubbish. Yeah. How to do that? How to get those? How to get that connected into it? As long as the signal is wide lead. Could use a wide lead on it. So yeah, single out coming and put it onto a wide lead, connect it in and see signals. So let's go through this again, thinking. Let's go through this again. It doesn't make sense. Because it defeats the purpose of the digital decoder on there. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. How does I get around that? It's like these processors are only designed for one thing. Stupid overhead sound with those stupid movies. At the square one. The square one. Digital. ISPO digital N. Not on there. ISPO 1624 XLR. ISPO 16 XLR green on. 1624 digital out no. Say ES 67 no. Paying that stupid money for the bloody fucking dented box. They can keep it. Keep thinking. What decoder would I use for it? That can do, but only a 3-channel version. Pretty sure of that. Hang on, I think it uses the other logic sort of thing. So it would be, yeah. So come out from the S8. 1, 2, 3, 4, four switching modes on that box. So signal would have to go in on. I think I'd have to add, because I would have to add the input cable. Yeah, so it would go to the left and right equal. So it'd be on 106. And then it'll go through the special, the other wiring on the output, such, and then over to the, no, it wouldn't go through that one, it'll go through a different, yeah, but it'll output, yeah, and then it would go over to the SA10s and then but they would have to be in bypass mode. And the signal would just be a mono on the extra output. Ugh, that is flipping out, that is confusing. Oof, flipping out. Give that some thought. That's where? Where do I put the other? Let's just give this some thought. Let's just give this some thought because it is pretty complicated. Oh, they should have designed these processors there. Oh, you got any ideas, Bear? Might be an easy solution around it, but if there's any other, but. I should have designed these flipping. Oh, yeah. There's no way they can do it now, not unless you completely change the digital decoding thing and the input sort of thing. Crikey.